Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for November 28th, 2023. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karsbeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Kurtz.
Awesome. We have a full board. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight to speak to something or any comments that are not on tonight's agenda. We have two signed up, but if you didn't have a chance to sign up, just raise your hand after I read these out. First off is Warren Turner. It's 3291 Donzante Bay Court, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right,
it is.
awesome. Welcome,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to talk to the board about an item on the agenda that did not have a public hearing listed next to it, ordinance 1330. The reason I'd like to talk to you tonight is because the town's move to require water dedication for projects at annexation, I believe, while it's well intended, is flawed. Other towns and municipalities require it at final plat or even later in the process. And while I respect the move to, I don't want to call it forge a partnership to work with developers early on and build commitment, it dramatically reshapes the nature of projects. There's a famous saying, the devil's in the details, and the most infamous people in the details of land development are bankers. By requiring water dedication early in the process, it effectively removes a great chunk of equity from these deals. It restricts citizens in their rights to move water around freely, and thought that exchanging water on the open market for shares within a berthed water bank is of equal value from a transaction standpoint is a bit of a stretch. So I would urge staff to talk to the town board and look at options to delay the dedication or come up with a bifurcated process. I don't want to critique staff. It's a great move to build partnership and commitment with the town, but believe the document needs more verbiage in regards to timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Next is John Turner. Will you mind stating your address, Mr. Turner?
Sure, 6379 Crooked Stick Drive, Windsor, Colorado.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just here to watch my son present to the town board, but I do have a few comments on 1330. When I first saw the ordinance yesterday, the way I read and interpreted the ordinance was that the town wanted at annexation, or at least at annexation agreement, the native and maybe the supplemental water to be dedicated to plat. And my first response was, well, why not ask for the minerals too? And why not ask for something else? And unless we engage and give you guys feedback on an ordinance, you're probably doing this in a vacuum. You're not hearing any feedback. You're not hearing any comments or input from the other side of the table, which is either the properties outlying in your gross management area. So one of the reasons is to come here and comment on it. This is my 30th year in developing in northern Colorado, and I've gone from Timnah to Windsor to down to Meade to here to Severance, and I know Loveland and Fort Collins water policy, and I don't know anybody going to this level of dedication at that time. So I started wondering, is it legal or is it functional? Why is Berthoud the first one that I'm aware of to draw the line there? And it's probably legal, but there could be ramifications at CVT, at Northern, because you guys have water allotments and you only have so much carryover. So I don't know if I'm not saying that it's not legal. I don't know why it's not functional because no one else has done it. Windsor required people to keep their native water at annexation, so the possibility to expand and do non-potable systems. Timnath wanted native to be dedicated, and they gave up on that. But each town and each basin is different and has its own reasons for doing it. Your guys' basin is not as big as some of the others, and there's only a few native waters in your basin, and they could be more critical. My point is, this policy is the most aggressive that I've seen up here. I would call it heavy-handed. I doubt that you know that it's heavy-handed. Most towns don't abuse eminent domain because they don't want to be viewed as heavy-handed. They always want, if there's a taking, that they pay market value, and I don't really see towns abusing eminent domain at all. But a perspective of mine is looking at this policy is it's aggressive. My thing is not to oppose your policy, it's to, you could do things smarter to make it, if the goal is to get the native water, you could draft this policy to make it more effective. If the goal is to get the CBT dedicated, and those are all good goals, and I
Thank
don't.
you, Mr. Turner.
Okay.
First, we had our 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I realize this is also an agenda item, but since you guys spoke now, if you'd like to comment again under that agenda item, we can do an additional minute or something. Is there anyone else that did not sign up that wishes to speak under general public comment? Is there anyone online, clerk?
There's not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for speaking up. Next is consent. Would trustees like any of the items removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve?
Move to combine and approve the consent agenda.
All right. All right, trustee Murphy has moved, trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz.
Yes.
Mayor Kurzbeck.
Yes. Excellent. Consent is approved. We can move on to our regular agenda tonight, and we'll start out with a Scorch Fest update presentation, and this is by our Youth Advisory Commission. Welcome. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hi, well, we're the Berthoud Youth Advisory Commission. My name is Zoe Taylor. I am a junior at Berthoud High School, and I am the chair.
Hi, I'm Cloud Clark. I'm a freshman in high school and my position is co-chair.
And I'm Joe Ronke. I'm also a freshman, and I am the treasurer.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you guys so much for giving us your time tonight. Again, we are the Berthoud Youth Advisory Commission, and we are the voice of youth in the community. This year and next year, our goal is to increase recruitment and involvement in the community. So our goal as the Berthoud Youth Advisory Commission is to empower youth minds through local opportunities and community support. And by that is our building block for everything we do. And one of the ways we achieve this is through Scorch Fest. So we have done Scorch Fest for the past 2 years and are continuing to build on it from feedback from peers and with the help of some staff at the Berthoud Recreation Center to make it better every single year. I hope many of you were able to stop by this year or last year, but as a brief description of what we do, it is held in the summer as a 2-day event. And it's just a fun, safe way for teens in the community to get out and have fun. This year we had many games, inflatables, and food trucks.
So for the budget of 2023, we had $30,000 again to use for Scorch Fest. And the total revenue from this year was about $2,700, while the revenue in 2022 was about $1,100, which this year's revenue went up about 56%, and our net cost for last year was about $23,000, and but this year our net cost was about $19,000, so it went down about 20%. Some differences between 2022 and 2023 is that the attendance did go down due to the rainout that we had on June 9th, but our revenue went up because of how many wristbands and tickets we had sold per family. And so those the tickets and wristbands were suggestions made by the last commission that we made into this year's Scorch Fest. Some more differences from 2022 to 2023 was in last year we had more activities geared towards teens, and this year we had more activities geared towards all ages. But also 2022, the Berthoud Youth Advisory had 5 committee members, but this year we only had 2. So for the future of Scorch Fest, we want it to be one day. We only want it to be one day, but we want it to go longer. And we think by pairing that with the family camp out, it will bring in more of the community to do both. And then for our future events for Scorch Fest, we would like to do some kind of music festival or talent show to attract more people, more of the community. And so we are going to start that planning process here pretty soon.
So some of the challenges that we have are the lack of participation and board members, so that kind of limits our ability to be effective. But our goals, like we said, are like remembering the bylaws, recruitment, and then community involvement. Some things that we're looking forward to doing or have done, we did the trunk or treat at BHS to help get our name out there. We're gonna do the craft fair this weekend. We're gonna help organization with the Parade of Lights. And we're looking to do a few different activities to help put our name out there and give opportunities for teens. So how can we increase membership? Because that will help us become more effective in what we can do. Right now, the really only incentives to join are service hours and government experience. But we had some ideas such as some scholarships or youth leadership conferences. So our scholarships, our ideas were it would be for our officers, and we would give out a certain amount for what we decide it to be. We would use potentially already allocated funds from our budget or leftover from Scorch Fest, and it would help give participants money for continuing higher education. For the Youth Leadership Conference meetings, there's several all over the country. We travel to youth leadership learning seminars, and it gives a bunch of different topics and whatnot to help us get more involvement in the community, and it's a nice recruitment tool. It's similar to the CML for elected officials and town staff.
Alright, again, thank you guys so much for your time tonight. Is there any questions?
Thank you, you guys nailed it. Any questions from the board? So we're still using to fund this recreational marijuana money, right? Is this how this is being funded?
Yeah, but I honestly, I'm not sure. I remember off the top of my head, but I believe it comes out of the 7% fund.
Yeah, okay.
7% of recreational marijuana.
Yeah, the first year was. And youth activities is one of the 3 uses. So that's awesome, you guys are using it for that. And that's really, in my opinion, super impressive that you guys have higher revenue with 200 less people. And it was freezing out there, so great job on that. 2 people, so.
Thank you so
I like
much.
all your ideas of moving it to one day. Yeah, it was, seemed like there was more sports involved, and I think the concert's great too. So. And I'd love to get you guys involved in, or I definitely support the regional and national conferences. I think Loveland goes to DC.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of options out there. It's just, getting enough buy-in and enough people to make the trip a possibility.
Definitely.
Did you guys have any volunteers for the dunk tank at Scorch Fest?
People just willingly went to the dunk tank, and I'm like, yeah.
Wow.
Like,
Okay.
It's raining outside, but if you want to get more wet, I'm not stopping you.
Sure.
Just tell them it was a hot tub,
Yeah.
We warmed the water.
solar heated.
Can you just remind me, what was the revenue generator at the event? Like how were you guys selling tickets or?
Yeah,
Oh,
so we
yes.
were selling, we had tickets for our carnival games, and those were for a set amount, so like say 10 for 10 or whatnot. And then we had wristbands, which would be used for the not carnival games, the inflatables, and those would last forever for that day that we had it.
Awesome. And then where do those revenue funds go?
They go, I think, back into the Scorch Fest fund, so we can put it on next year.
I believe so.
Yeah, they go back into the town budget.
Okay, awesome. That's great.
As for the scholarship opportunities, what did you guys have in mind?
Well, Joe, do you wanna?
Sure. I mean, kind of like I said earlier, it would be mainly for officers, and it would be like a set amount for each position. And we're thinking maybe different, so like for chair it would be X amount, but then for co-chair it would be Y. But every so often, like a term maybe, we would switch and elect each other into it so everybody has an equal opportunity to be on the board.
And this would go towards like college, or is this for like, cause you guys are freshmen and stuff, so would this go to like summer programs, or what are you thinking?
So
The idea I think we had was putting it towards like some kind of 529 or some kind of thing that would be education use only was the concept.
We've just started that planning, so.
Okay, that's good, yeah.
It's really
interesting
just to
thought.
make sure that the town will support that
Uh-huh.
and allow us to do that. So it was just kind of the initial request, is that a possibility for us to do? And if so, we'll take that back to the committee and we'll put together a plan and make sure we present that to you all for approval and that process.
I did have some suggestions, maybe or thoughts, whether for this coming Scorch Fest or future, but I think one of the things that's lacking at Bertha Day is team-oriented activities. And I always thought it'd be a great partnership to have this event at Bertha Day and have its own section that the town, can pay for and fund, but you guys run it and get the benefit of engaging with the community and also get the benefit of having like the trash receptacles there and the toilets there and all of the amenities you need, security, everything's already there because the coordination's in place for Bertha Day, but you guys just get to do the fun activities. And so that's one idea that I had, that I'd like you to consider.
You come up as a, we just gotta come up for the microphone, that's the only reason to come up, but thank you. Sorry.
My name is Angie Rocky, and I've been a community liaison with the group for 5 years. And often what we have done when we've had more commission members is volunteered to help run the dodgeball tournament at Bertha Day. So there's often times where we're doing like the cornhole at Oktoberfest, dodgeball at that. So the original intent was from a survey that the kids put out to the middle schools and the high schools, that they already like kind of went to those events but didn't feel like it was teen oriented, even though we were trying to do dodgeball. So this was gonna be a separate event, but even like coming up the events, we've only got 2 or 3 kids that are so involved in student council and sports and all this kind of stuff. Our resources are limited, so our real push is to try to get more bodies so we can be more available. And see if we can work that in, because it may be that there's not enough people in the future that we do need to just funnel it into Bertha Days.
Well, and that's what I was trying to think of, is limited, like, it's amazing that you put this event on with such limited resources. And I think just for sustainability, any partnerships you can make with the community, that you aren't doing all the legwork every time because it's exhausting. And this is coming from organizing Bertha Day, like it's exhausting. So the more people you could have, and even people to sponsor some of your activities beyond Bertha, to get more activity involvement, that they have personal buy-in, so that you guys aren't doing all of it. Just let us know how we can help kind of rally troops around that effort, because it's a great idea, and I know my kids love having something to do too that's more their age group. So
I think our real savior has been the Parks and Recs department with Amanda and Steve. They've really helped out and really been a great partner, where the first year was more kind of a sounding board for Scorch Fest. They really stepped up and became partners and made it a success, and with some other things. So we're really grateful to what they're participating and trying to get the town connection and their experience to help these kids grow and learn how to do it.
perfect. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. That's been a great resource.
Awesome, thank you guys, thanks for your time. Okay, Next up, we have our Larimer County Public Health Director here, Tom Gonzalez, to give us a community health plan presentation. Thank you for coming all the way down, Director Gonzalez. Mike, do you have a cup?
Yes, it's back here, I got it.
Well, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and members of the board, Tom Gonzalez, Public Health Director. Little difficult to go behind such a great performance from our youth, doing great work in our community, and creating safe spaces and community. So hats off to the youth here in Berthoud. I'm gonna be presenting on what we're calling shaping the future of public health in Larimer County. And our whole goal here, as your health department, is moving to create more vibrant communities where we don't have those barriers for optimal health. So we started this about August. We're gonna be out in front of 15 elected and civic boards. We started in the town of Wellington, and we'll be at our school districts, our towns, as well as Colorado State University. So we wanted to get around, especially after the pandemic, and make sure we have those relationships that are so vital as we move forward. Our mission is very simple, working to provide everyone in Larimer County the opportunity for a healthy life. Key words there is everyone in that opportunity for a healthy life. And while this is our department's mission, we believe that it's something that connects us all. We all share that value of health. We want our communities to thrive, our families to thrive, and we want to be healthier and prosperous together. So I think that's a shared value. And what's unique about local public health, your county health departments, is we are not just in the unincorporated area. We are your health department, Estes Park's health department, Fort Collins, et cetera, and we take that seriously. So we want to make sure we're engaged, working with Administrator Kirk and his staff to make sure that we are working together on solving these challenges. And with me tonight, I have some of my colleagues with me. I have Andrea Clement Johnson. She serves as our Deputy Public Health Director and oversees much of our maternal child health and clinical health. I have Chris Manley, who's our Environmental Health Director, so he's working with the town on our drinking water and wastewater, the infrastructure. And our Corey Wilford, who's our Director of Communications and Outreach and Technology. So they are here to answer any questions I may not be aware of the answer. So really, let's talk about those evolving challenges and those needs within our communities. So we're going to talk about this introduction to Public Health 3.0, what that is, and the power of partnership. We're going to talk about what is a health strategist. We want to be your health strategist. How does public health benefit your community? Our programming, the programming that we provide, as well as some public health in action. We have some case scenarios where we are actually moving those needles on health outcomes. So let's talk about Public Health 3.0. You know, over 100 years ago, around the germ theory, we started learning how diseases are spread through bacteria and viruses. From there was the spawn of vaccinations, as well as environmental health, making sure we had clean water, safe food. So we started that 1.0. That was the basic public health. And that work has created longevity. We're prospering with vaccines and basic sanitation that we all take for granted for the most part in the United States and in Larimer County. Well, in the 1980s, things changed. We got into more chronic disease and more emerging public health threats such as HIV/AIDS, and that's where Public Health 2.0 came out of. And so we had to adjust there on what are the critical needs were at the time. Well, since 2008 with the Affordable Care Act and some changes around there, we're now moving into Public Health 3.0, and that's really looking at how we're health strategists, looking at the data, seeing where the health burdens are in our community, convening our partners, and coming up with real solutions to create better health outcomes. And that's the key. We want to be the convener when we want to be the health strategist. And I believe there's always a solution to any problem as long as we work together. So talking about health strategists, I said that key part is leveraging data. At the health department, we've invested in what we call population epidemiologists. You've heard from Dr. Jared Olson before during the pandemic and with what's now a virus. Jared and his team are looking at that critical data. We have data accesses that we didn't have before the pandemic, such as syndromic surveillance data from our hospitals. We know week to week how many people are visiting the ER and for what reasons. And so that helps us work with communities when we see these emerging trends that are unfortunate. We want to advise and advocate. We want to make sure we're advocates for whatever the situation may be. Helping people stay healthy. Certainly, we see respiratory diseases around this time of year. Luckily, knock on wood, things have been a little more calm than in the past, but RSV, influenza, and certainly COVID-19. So we want to make sure you all have the information so your community is staying healthy and preventing them from hospitalizations. And again, always just being more vibrant and resilient communities by looking at preventive measures on how we can all remain healthy. We've had those familiar issues through the years where we've had communicable and chronic disease. Those still are around us, foodborne illness, parent, child, and family health, our clinical services, environmental health and safety, emergency response, preparedness, and more. But what we're really looking at in Public Health 3.0 is what we call those social determinants of health, those influences of health. We know that income, employment, childcare, or lack of childcare, mental, emotional health issues, transportation, education, access to healthcare, all impact, profoundly have an impact on our one's health and our community's health. For example, housing. We're seeing the burden of the rising house costs, whether that's mortgage and rent, on our communities, and the stress of being able to make a payment and how that impacts one's health, not only the mental health but the physical health. We also see how food insecurity impacts our communities. In fact, 1 in 8 children in Larimer County go to bed hungry. Now that doesn't only impact malnutrition, but it also impacts lifelong learning in school. When you're hungry, it's hard to learn. So we hope hopeful policies such as free breakfast and lunch in schools will help combat that. But we know that's a greater issue. But together we should have no child going to bed hungry in Larimer County. So hopefully we can work together to solve those problems. Similarly is access to healthcare. We know that 30% have some form of healthcare in Larimer County, but the costs that they have for their co-payments are so extreme that it really creates a barrier for access, especially preventive care. So we want to look at strategies on how we can remove those barriers. So where are we going? Right here, this example. We want to get in front of our elected officials, our civic leaders, and have conversations. We want to learn what the challenges are right here in Berthoud. We want to make sure we understand what the challenges are here compared to Wellington and Estes Park. We know that there are unique challenges and unique cultures within our own community of Larimer County. We want to sharpen our focus on proactive solutions. We want to be more upstream. We want to look at ways we can prevent these poor health outcomes. And a big piece of what we're looking at is how do we provide better outcomes for our historically underserved communities and families. That, when we look at it, is a big, big barrier and challenge. And it was really eye-opening for me during the pandemic when we saw how inequitable our healthcare system is. It is. But how can we as a community work to fill in those gaps and remove those barriers? And be bridge builders among all our stakeholders and certainly active partners. I think that's the key, is increasing those cross-sector collaborations. We have many more collaboration and partners than we did before the pandemic, and that's something we want to maintain. That's a lesson we've learned throughout the pandemic. We certainly want to continue to, find beneficial solutions to these complex problems. There are some complex problems. We're going to talk a lot about youth mental health and the data we are seeing. We're sharing that data with our school districts, and they're taking it very seriously. Thompson School District is certainly doing that. But what are we doing as communities to make sure our precious resources, our youth, are not lonely, are not having suicide thoughts, are not anxious, those kind of things. And we're seeing an increase in numbers visiting the ER, especially young girls, for those situations and those issues. We want to have better outcomes from early collaboration on policies and initiatives. We know that some policies, if thought out properly and then all the unintended consequences are discussed, will make an impact and a positive within those communities. We want to minimize the impact of health crises. We want to make sure we're prepared for the next crisis, much better than we were for COVID-19, and identifying and reducing hazards to promote success. And when we talk, we're going to talk a lot about health equity. And I want to make sure we all understand when we're talking about equality, that's different. That's meaning we give everybody the same resource, whether they need that or not. Where equity is saying we're coming to that person, their different circumstances, and allocate the sources based upon what their need is. So we're talking equity, not equality. And we understand through our communities, an individual or family or community may have different needs depending on what that is, circumstances from other parts of the community. So real quick, several our disciplines, what we have at the health department, our programs that we offer. First, we do have 3 offices. Our office on Brody Avenue in Estes Park. We have our office in Peridot, which is the closest to Berthoud, in Loveland, and then we have our office in Fort Collins at Blue Spruce Drive. So certainly for Berthoud residents, their access to health department, probably Peridot is your closest. I wish it was closer for you just because of that access issue. But our strategic planning and health equity initiatives is internal work groups focused on process improvement. We're looking internally as well as externally. We want to make sure whatever we're funding, whatever we're implementing is actually working. We want to be making sure that we're results-based. We're looking at evaluating programs, and if we're seeing them not work, why? If it's a situation where we need to take our resources and allocate them somewhere else where it is working, we're going to do that. We're not going to just do it because we've done it in the past. Collaboration on updates to our vision, direction, and goals. We want to make sure we're out and about hearing from all you. What are the changes? Making sure our vision and mission is consistent and it resonates with everyone else. And then we want to make recommendations for improving health equity and meeting the diverse needs of our residents. Oh, and when you look at equity, we know we have rural Larimer County versus urban. Very much needs and access are different. We have our seniors to our youth. We have those that have special needs or have an access impairment. We know those that have language barriers, whether that's Spanish and Arabic and it's not English. So there are certain aspects within this office that we're making sure we're trying to learn and improve so we create better access for everyone. Our Office of Public Health Planning and Partnerships, that's where all our data, our epidemiologists reside. We've really transformed the health department to be way more data-driven than we were prior to the pandemic, so that when we're completing our community health improvement plan, which we did this year, we have not only qualitative, we have quantitative data as well, that's really telling the story about what's going on in our communities regarding health. And then we've really invested in our youth engagement program, and a lot of that's come out of much of the work with our community health assessments in the past, as well as programming and funding through marijuana dollars to really engage the youth and understand why are they going to nicotine, marijuana, and other substance use abuse. And certainly the crisis with opioids and fentanyl is a big concern of public health. So we're making sure that we're getting out in front of this with our youth. So peer-to-peer youth can talk about, you take a pill, you don't know. Most likely there could be fentanyl in there, which is extremely dangerous. Our clinical services, that's low and no cost immunization for infants, children, and adults, so in our 3 locations. Our health information and international travel, so if you're going to be traveling across seas and areas maybe where there's yellow fever, et cetera, malaria, we'll have some vaccines and prophylaxis before that. And then our sexual and reproductive health preventative services as well. Our parent, child, and family health, that's our nurse family partnership program where we have nurses that do make home visits and worked with first-time moms to create a good connection with the mom and baby. We talked nutrition services and all that, but really setting up moms and dads to be successful. Our WIC program, that's our special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children. You probably heard about that recently in the news. It's connected to the Farm Bill, but that's an important program where we have over 3,600 moms and children that are part of this program where they're getting that essential nutrition as well as dietary education. So that's our WIC program. And our HCP program is for our families with children who have special needs and healthcare needs, navigating the complex system of getting the right care for their child. So those are our parent, child, and family programs. And in environmental health, we have environmental planning. So anytime you are forced or faced with an environmental planning situation, please consult with us. We can get you some data and get you the information regarding whatever the planning issue is. Air quality and improvement initiatives, we will be talking more about that here in the next slides. On-site wastewater septic systems, water quality, burn permits, childcare and school inspections, making sure they're safe and sanitary. Food safety program, all your restaurants and your cafeterias get inspected by our staff. We deal with any foodborne illness complaint, and then making sure all of our swimming pools and swim beaches are safe to participate in. And then certainly communicable disease, which has been out in the forefront for the last 4 years, but in statute in Colorado, there's over 100 reportable diseases, whether that's salmonella to hospitalizations for COVID, plague. We recently had a plague situation. We have disease detectives on staff that are monitoring and investigating all those reportable diseases to make sure we don't have outbreaks. And then they're making sure we're getting information out to the community on the risk for whatever situation it is. And then we have a team always prepared for the unfortunate next epidemic or pandemic, if that should rise. And then emergency preparedness and response. We do get funding from CDC for public health emergency preparedness response. So we're working with your staff as well as the county OEM on making sure we have plans in place, such as mass casualty, heaven forbid, or the next outbreak or disease issue, floods and fires on the recovery end of that. How will we handle those situations? So we're making sure we're interacting with all the agencies that are involved in any response issue. All right, so a little bit about us. Now let's get into some of the public health in action. I talked a little bit about air quality briefly on the other slide, but Chris Manley's been working with the State Health Department for the last couple of years extensively, him and his team, to get more ozone monitoring monitors throughout the county. Currently, we have 2 ozone monitors, both in Fort Collins. So we really can't give Berthoud, Loveland, maybe Timnath a real snapshot of where their air quality is. Well, that's changing based on his good work. So we're going to be getting an ozone, what's they call a regulatory ozone monitor in Loveland, and then one in Timnath, is that correct? So thanks to work, Chris, to make sure that we are covering the county equally, because we weren't before. Also, we were able to purchase, with a partnership with the city of Fort Collins, an infrared camera that helps us determine and notice leaks, primarily volatile organic compounds, oil and gas places, or any industrial site where the VOCs could be. So I'm told if I hit it again, we'll see it work. So you'll see the leak, the green coming up. That cannot be seen with the naked eye. That's just a minor leak that was at a facility not far from here.
Yep.
And we worked with the operator to get that sealed up quickly, but that's some of the work we're doing right now, that we didn't have this tool prior to this summer, so that's a heck of a tool we have to improve our air quality. Another one is our Safe Sleep campaign. On part of statute, there's a piece under the Public Health Act that requires all communities to have a child mortality review committee. And this committee meets quarterly and they review all child deaths that were preventable. I've attended a couple meetings, and I'll tell you, after you come out of that meeting, you want to go hug and kiss your kids real quick, because some of these deaths are incredibly tragic. whether it's firearms, drunk driver hitting a kid and killing them, etc. But one of the ones that rose to the surface by the data was safe sleep for babies, whether that's SIDS or co-sleeping with your child. And the data really shows when you co-sleep with an infant, especially when you're under the influence of drugs, there is a very high risk for these unfortunate deaths. So Corey and her team put together what we call the Safe Sleep campaign, and they have Safe Sleep sacks that we got through a grant, and those are given to all birthing centers. So new moms and daddies are taught about proper safe sleep. So our goal here is to prevent deaths from unsafe sleeping for babies. Also, a big initiative that we just launched here recently in last year is our health and well-being and resilience data dashboard. As I said, we want to be more data-driven, but we want you to have the data as decision makers in the community. So our dashboard at larimer.gov/health dashboard has all the social determinants up there, whether that's mental health, whether that's income and employment, etc. You can get on there and see snapshot data of the county as whole, and then you can kind of filter down and see specific areas. It'll show you where, like for example, childcare. It can show you where the lack of access to affordable childcare is in communities versus other communities. So that's just a tool for you folks and others when you're making decisions based upon that could have that health impact. I do want to give a big shout out to our Board of County Commissioners for they funded this dashboard, but it is, I think, one of the most interactive, and it's got tons of data, and we're always open to suggestions and criticism. So when you go to the dashboard, I still think is there a way they can give us information on the dashboard?
There's a form, yep.
So please take a peek at it. If you have any questions, let us know. We'll walk you through it. And if you have any advice on how to improve it, let us know. We want to make sure it is a dashboard that everyone accesses and has and it's useful for them. I did mention earlier our community health assessment. That's also online. But again, it looks at those determinants of health, looking at income and employment, mental health, housing and housing instability. I will kind of target housing and housing instability. There's some markers that we're really watching. And when you go over those certain markers, such as your income to what you're paying for rent and house, when it gets to a certain level, we've seen in communities a huge, pretty dramatic spike in homelessness. We're not too far off from that here in Larimer County. And in fact, in some places in Larimer County, we are. So that's something that we're alerting all of our elected officials that we all know housing is an issue, but it's becoming a real tipping point to where people will not be able to afford homes. And what's the next solution for them? They're living in their car or they're couch surfing. And we know with our youth, again, when you do not have housing where it's predictable for the youth, we have more poor health outcomes, especially long-term. So we want to make sure that we're working on that. I do applaud the Matthews House and Thompson School District for their youth shelter in Loveland. That's a start. One of those solutions to an issue, but boy, I'd love to even get more upstream and not have any of our youth that are unstable with housing. That's all in the community health assessment. Mental health, of course, Larimer County has really put their money to that. Looking at our acute care facility, we'll be opening up December 2nd, and we're putting more resources to prevention and helping mental health in this community. And the big thing we're working on in the health department is let's get rid of the stigma. Mental health is part of whole health, and we really want to work with our youth that when going and seeking peer-to-peer counseling or therapy, doesn't make you a bad person at all, doesn't make you less. That is all part of our whole health. It's just like going and getting your knee looked at. So we're working really hard on that, destigmatizing that, and looking at our substance use abuse and really trying to get upstream and prevent substance use abuse. Some of the work too, where it's collaborative partnership, is, you may have heard from the City of Fort Collins, TAC 212, the youth center. I've been doing this for a little while, and I would say this is one of the most creative partnerships where we have a nonprofit family outreach center, the county, the City of Fort Collins, Poudre School and the health department that all came together that made this a reality, and I'll let the youth tell you more about it. Let's hit that again.
It's almost like you're moving over here. Let me check this real quick.
Love technology, right?
Yep. Over on that machine for you there.
Can I maybe ask a question while we're
Oh,
troubleshooting?
yeah, please.
Yeah, just, and Christian, let me know whenever you're gonna pull it up. So, a few slides back, you had talked about, I guess, mental health specifically for youth and, you know, I'm guessing more like school-age children, right? And so I was just curious, I've done a little bit of my research, but, you know, kind of the combination of like increased screen time and social media and those kind of things, I think can have an impact. And I just didn't know if the county was providing any education either to Poudre or Thompson School District or working with them to, I think that can be a lot of where like anxiety and depression comes from for youth.
Yeah, Trustee Kurtz, if I heard your question, yeah, you can, the data shows right around 2012, 2013, this increased, being lonely and isolation.
Yeah.
When did these come out? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very connected. There is a youth mental health task force that's being led by Thompson School District, Poudre, and Estes Park. We're involved in many other organizations, and that's one of their goals is looking at that piece of it. And then what are, you know, strategies that we're seeing around the country that have been successful on, you know, turning that tide. But you're absolutely correct.
Gotcha.
And I got two high schoolers and they're glued to the thing.
Yeah.
You literally can't get them to take it out of their hand even when we're eating dinner. So it is, I think it's a problem, and I think it creates to that isolation and loneliness.
Yeah, not a Luddite by any means, but it is kind of scary. I think back to like, you know, like my grandparents who like smoked and they didn't know smoking was bad.
Yeah.
You know, and so this very intense use of technology. What are the unknown consequences? But I'm glad to hear you all are looking at it. So.
Public Health 1.0 and 2.0 started a long time ago, where it was really protective in nature. It was making sure we had clean water and that we had access to vaccines, and it was ensuring that people were protected at the most basic level.
We moved now to 3.0. Now they build upon each other. We're still doing food safety inspections. We're making sure the water's clean, as well as we're even down to the babies and mommies levels where we have nurses that do home visits for first-time parents, but now we're looking at how do we become health strategists?
Public Health 3.0 isn't just about responding to crises, it's about anticipating challenges, anticipating health burdens, and being preventative in our approach.
People do see public health at times that they're the enforcers, they're the health inspectors, they're the ones that made you wear a mask during the pandemic. We are some of that, but there's a lot more to what we do in public health. Our role is to look at the entire population of Larimer County and look at where are there, first and foremost, inequities in achieving optimal health outcomes.
I think we have seen these partnerships and some of that light that's been shown on public health as these are some areas that are showing some disparities and some needs that we have a lot more opportunity to work together to make an impact. And that it's not just public health doing that as an entity, it's public health as a system.
We know that youth mental health is a real challenge in our community, and we really need to step up for our youth and make resources available to them so that they can take charge of their mental health.
I realized how severe the mental health crisis was among teens in Larimer County. And as a teen myself, was kind of looking around and saying that I didn't really see too many spaces where I really felt like I could go and totally feel comfortable and belong. TAC 2 and 2 is what we refer to as a third space, which is somewhere away from school or home that's free and just as easy to get to, where they can relax and connect to their community.
This project is a long time coming, and the enthusiasm for young people to finally have this place is just through the roof, and it's really, really exciting to see this project come to fruition.
A place like this to where there's no expectations, you don't have to share what's hurting you, you don't have to feel trapped, you don't have to feel afraid. It's where you can really just be to feel comfortable and okay.
TAC 212 based most of our programming on what teens have asked for, from furniture to what we're going to eat here. They made all the decisions. I think that the best way to solve teens' problems is to get teens' input.
I think the value add to incorporating youth voice is innovation. I think that the more innovative we can be and the more forward thinking we can be, we can create a truly inclusive environment and a truly inclusive community.
For teens struggling with mental health issues, I think we provide an open space with different activities that will engage them. It allows them to find different parts of themselves that maybe they haven't searched for or found yet. Introduce them to hobbies that can get them going and introduce that dopamine and that serotonin.
I think the most rewarding part of my job is empowering young people and elevating and amplifying their voice and allowing them to execute the vision they see.
Partnerships are really critical in this piece, and our ability to tell our public health story and to explain our role in that. Again, we don't do this independently.
We know that we can't do this alone. That is an issue that involves many partners in this community. I think the big win for kids is systematically. That PSD, CSU, city, county, we will begin to start changing how systems deliver services to kids.
We're taking a holistic look at the data, trying to assess what are the most important aspects of it, and then communicating it to folks in a way that connects to their real lives. And of course, one of the resources we're able to offer our partners is our health and well-being dashboard, which provides data across a number of different themes. And with those data resources, we're not just hoping to provide data that might not be as accessible to our community members, we're hoping to provide a platform that's a jumping off point to have the discussions that lead to policies, programs, initiatives, and change in our community that can help make a real world impact on people's lives.
So we're going to be looking at a variety of health data sets. And wherever we see inequities, we're going to bring people at the table. And we're going to talk about those inequities. How do we get everybody together so we're not duplicating efforts or complementing efforts? And that's where we see our role at public health. So wrapping up here, it's just, we're here to really provide some communication and shared vision and goals and early engagement and collaborative spirit and just more of that innovative approaches to solving whatever health challenge you all may be experiencing. And we're excited to partner with you to help the town of Berthoud, Thompson School District flourish as we collectively create a better place for our families to live and thrive. So that's what I came for, and I'll open it up for any questions, comments.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Questions or comments, trustees?
No, this was hugely great. I know there's a lot of work came into this. I really appreciate the proactive approach you guys are taking to this. Did a lot of the data-driven insights and processes on this is gonna be, it's a lot of what you're predicting. It's gonna be consequential to how we're gonna be seeing the next decade or two. So this is outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you for that, I appreciate it.
I had a question. What was that again about the percentage of kids that go to bed hungry? Did you say 1 in 8?
1 in 8.
That's astounding.
That is astounding. Trustee Murphy?
I'd ask, what else as a town can we do to coordinate better with Claremont County Health on a whole host of issues? I mean, the housing issue is obviously on everyone's minds. Youth mental health is another one that frequently comes up. I was just curious, you know, what is your perception on what we could do as, you know, a town board to more effectively coordinate?
I appreciate that, Trustee Murphy. First, I would say you got an exceptional town manager we work very closely with. When I see an issue, I make sure we're talking with Administrator Kirk, and likewise, and he's working with our team. So that relationship's solid, and we did the same presentation about a month or two ago with his leadership team, which was fantastic. We need to do that more often. What I would say though, one that I think is important and is resonating with me, when I was at Thompson School District, I learned from your liaison that serves on the Board of Education, is the town of Berthoud does not really have a youth center or something just for youth. Where we see in other communities, at least there's the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, something. Town of Berthoud doesn't, and that resonated with me. Zach, who was in the video, is working with the town and Thompson to see ways we can get something here for youth that's a safe space for youth. So I would put that one on the list that I think is very important. Yes.
We recently had a business open up here in town on our main street that has arcade games, video games, cornhole, all sorts of things that the youth can go down and hang out and do. Are there possibilities of creating grants or some sort of funding for a privately owned business to keep them sustainable, to help keep a place facilitated like that for youth?
Well, I appreciate that question, Trustee Hardy. Yeah, I would say, yeah, again, I want to come up with solutions. I did not know about this. That's exciting, but I think private, public sector partnerships and whatever we can to create a unique safe space for Berthoud, for youth, yeah, let's talk about it. I'm certainly open to sitting down and learning more about this.
Because I think we got plenty of places in town where the youth can go, but oftentimes it's a result of funding.
Yeah, and that's a big one.
Cornerstone has places for youth. Grace Place used to have a youth center down on 2nd Street, and they were talking about building something out west of town. B-Rad's Arcade just opened up down on Main Street. It's providing video games and air hockey and cornhole and axe throwing. Yeah, I think there's things in town that I think if we just help support those and keep them alive.
I like that. That's exciting. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And everyone else for coming all the way down here tonight. Thanks for all you do as well.
Thank you.
All right. I think next on our agenda is the water dedication requirements at annexation. This is just an introduction, and the action tonight or the direction would be to schedule for consideration and hearing on December 12th. I'll turn it over to Administrator Kirk.
Ken Matthews, our utilities director, is here. I think he'll give an introduction. Our water attorney, Pete Johnson, I believe, is on the call tonight as well, if you have questions for him.
Awesome. Over the course of this year, we've had quite a lot of discussion amongst this team right here, study sessions and such, concerning our water supply, the demand of water portfolio, how we are monitoring and managing that. One of the outcomes from that was an agreement to specify that historical water that is tied to a piece of property be dedicated with annexation of that property as part of the development process. And just, and it is kind of it's a common thing, actually, since, through the course of most of this year, we have been either requiring that or communicating that for potential projects as we're talking to potential developments about that this will be required. So this is kind of a formality and a legitimizing this in an ordinance. So that's basically it in a nutshell.
Anything to add, Administrator Kirk?
I don't think so. I think Ken summed that up pretty well. Happy
Okay.
to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks.
Like I said, Pete, our attorney's on the call as well. That's of help.
So this is at the annexation or final plat?
Annexation. It'll be part of the annexation requirements.
Okay, I thought I read somewhere, that's what I thought too.
There is, one of the red lines includes, so the.
Oh, it's a red line, okay.
No, the ordinance language that was included in the packet, there's the clean version and the red line version, just so you can see what the changes are, a little easier. But in both cases, so I don't know why I referenced the red lines, but in both cases, the requirement is any historical water rights, and those are water rights associated with the property that have been put to beneficial use on that land, are to be dedicated to the town at the time of annexation. And then any properties that are already annexed into the town, the expectation is those are dedicated prior to final plat.
Okay, Trustee Kurtz, questions?
Yeah, just I guess a couple clarifying questions. So, kind of hypothetical question. If a property has already had the water severed from it, from a previous transaction, is that parcel of land not annexable? I think we're annexable, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've talked about that internally. I think what we would expect is that those historical rights that could be identified through that process would have to be replaced with some other non-historical water source.
Gotcha.
In some equivalent fashion. And that's what we talked about at the study session. And Pete, Attorney Johnson, or Ken, if either one of you disagree with me, feel free to pipe in, but that's the expectation.
No, that's right.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, apologies. I don't think I was at that.
Yeah, the
particular
intent
study
is not
session.
to roadblock. It's to facilitate.
Do you have guys any thoughts or comments on both the Turners, Mr. Turner's, do you have any comments on that? I mean, so who follows this? I know Longmont's an example, right, that requires this. Do you know anyone else?
So I know, I don't know specifically others that have this rock solid in their ordinance. I do know that communities up and down the Front Range, especially west of I-25, that have rich water rights in the developable acreage around that. It's a routine thing, whether it's a requirement or whether it's incentivized or how it's done. It's done a lot. I guess my only comment would be with respect to that is whether or not it can withstand, what our peers are doing. I don't see how dedicating water rights as part of the development is bad for the community. I don't know how that could possibly be bad for the community in any way. So I guess that's my only comment.
Good, thank you, okay. Yeah. And as far as the legality of this, I'm sure we're working into that.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, the thing to remember, and Pete can speak to this as well, but generally, the thing that the board should remember and keep in mind is that when it comes to annexation, that is the transaction where this Board of Trustees has unfettered discretion. So you get to make the call on the terms that you want to make the call. And that is the law in the state of Colorado.
And I think practically speaking, Ken referenced that Longmont's the only other jurisdiction I know of off the top of my head, and maybe Pete knows some others, but that require this same language or very similar, almost the same languages in their code as well. And they've had that language in their code for quite some time, so I would assume that I won't make judgments about legalities. I'll certainly leave that to our much better qualified attorneys, but I know that that's a policy and a code they've had in place for some time.
I'll just add a little bit on that. You're correct that this language was basically modeled after the Longmont Code, which is a little bit unique in that it defines historical water rights, and then says, that those water rights are to be dedicated as part of the annexation requirements. So it's a little bit more specific than some other comparable communities, but it's very typical for the communities like Ken was describing, kind of up and down the Front Range, and particularly on the west side of I-25 where you have a lot of historical irrigated area. It's very typical for them to require dedication of water rights prior to final plat approval. So the concept is a little bit more specific in the way it's laid out in the code here, but it's the concept is very similar to a lot of other communities similar to Berthoud.
Okay, thanks. Other questions? I did promise I'd open it up real quick. Both the Turners spoke under general public comment, and I offered if you guys wanted to speak on this particularly, I'd give you guys each another minute or so. Did you have anything else you'd like to add or questions, being a developer?
Yeah, so I'll do this as quick as I can. I'm not sure it doesn't matter if it's legal or not, as council indicated, at annexation, you can draw your line where you're, so I'm almost bringing up, is it functional? If this was, why isn't, they're indicating Longmont, and I don't know Longmont, but I do know about 10 other cities and water districts in this area that, and I got 30 years of experience on it, and so they don't draw the line there. There's ways to do this, to make this ordinance what I think effective. I'm not saying don't do it, I'm saying do it intelligently. Make it so it's equitable. When you look at the ordinance and you see, and I divide it into native water and supplemental water, which is the CBT, and if you want the supplemental water, ask for a first right of refusal. That's not threatening. If you want the CBT water, all you have to do is say, oh, we'll give you SFEs that are market equivalent. You can shape the ordinance to be very fair and effective. The ordinance the way I read it is one-sided and dictatorial. And I don't think it's gonna be effective, and I don't think there would be any problems in the near term, but I think long-term, it's not well written, in my opinion. So, thank you, yes, Mr.
Anything to add? Okay. Anyone else in the public like to speak under public comment before we close it real quick? All right, thank you, I'll close it. Trustee Swartzell, Trustee Albrecht.
Didn't mean to jump the gun. I just had a quick clarifying question for Attorney Smith. Just to clarify, if this ordinance is enacted upon, is there room for variance or exceptions when it comes before the board after it's already in place?
There is, because as an ordinance, you can decide to change it by ordinance. So you get the benefit if the deal comes up to deal with the particular deal the way that the board at the time would like to deal with it.
So essentially, it sets a precedent for how we like transactions to be done, but if something comes forward that maybe is an exception or of interest to the board, then we could have that discussion at that
I
time.
think that's a very good summary and a perfect way to frame it.
Thank you.
So I know some of the other ordinances have a 30-day afterwards. Is this kind of be looked at as a emergency ordinance?
I realized this one is written as an emergency ordinance to be effective immediately upon adoption. I think that's a decision the board can make. I think again, in the context of annexation, those are discretionary, and so I think there's less of a need to do that on an emergency basis. I don't think we have any pending final plats where this might be a concern, but that's something we'd want to consider if you didn't want to do that.
Okay. And that you explained emergency ordinance as well, that even after they're applied, there's like an end date and then there's a 30-day window. Is that correct at all? Oh, okay.
some jurisdictions have that, some home rule
Oh,
jurisdictions
okay,
have
alright.
that in their charter, but I
It's not
do not
nothing.
believe that applies to a statutory town, but I will need to
No, I,
review the
sure,
statute.
okay. Awesome. How's everyone feel? Supportive?
Supportive. Kind of puts the deal up front.
So, did we, sounds like we're good with giving direction to staff to bring back an ordinance, for the, was that December 12th, 2023? Okay, does that work for you? All right, thank you. Attorney Johnson and, Director Matthews. Next up is, landscape design guidelines. This is a public hearing. Attorney Johnson will probably go over how that goes, but, this is a more formal thing where we'll have a presentation by staff, ask questions, and then I'll open it up to the public or public comment, which is your testimony, close the public comment, bring it back to the board for deliberation and a vote. We're setting it up. Someone forgot a backpack.
It's an unattended parcel. Alright.
You need to
Confiscate it, yeah.
Tell the TSA.
And members of the town board of trustees, Ann Johnson with the town of Berthoud. So tonight, we do have several ordinances that we are going to be hearing. This happens to be the first reading of the consideration of adopting the Berthoud Landscape Design Guidelines. Erin Bagnall with Sofer Spar is present, and she would like to give a brief presentation that details the changes that were made since the May consideration of this subject. And then a few of these items were presented at the October 24th meeting when you all established the hearing date for tonight. It will come back for second hearing on December 12th as well, but Erin is here tonight to give you an overview. So Mayor Karspeck, as you mentioned, staff will make a presentation and there will be a public hearing and then discussion and vote. And the vote would be, of course, on December 12th. So at this moment in time, I do want to just remind you all of where we have gone. So May 23rd, this came to you in discussion in draft format. Staff visited landscaped areas in the Front Range to take a look at what are our main concerns. Physically seeing the landscape spaces and then comparing that to the code language was very important. We also discovered during that time a lot of the concerns that are being raised by the public after development has been installed is that there isn't a maintenance plan or a maintenance expectation. And so Erin and her team actually created a draft maintenance plan. It's a template and it is to be used by developers, and in some of the proposed code amendments that you'll be hearing, that you'll be hearing, it talks about with final plat actually seeing that maintenance plan for review. So they go hand in hand. And we incorporated your comments from 523. Erin will go over those tonight, including size, selection, limiting rock and bluegrass, fire breaks, and clarifying the intent for the use. And then we did go to the tree board or the tree advisory committee, and we've also been to planning commission as well. So we've had very robust engagement and sharing information. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and sit down, and then Erin is going to come up and make her presentation. And I think I might have it. Do I get that? I minimized it. Oh, okay.
evening, Erin Bagnall from Sophers Barn Architects.
Welcome.
Good to see you again. Thanks, Ann, for that introduction. And I, as Ann mentioned, I'm just gonna go over the high-level changes that we've been working on with, as Ann mentioned, the town forester and Ann and staff since we last met. So I've got it outlined. Excuse me, okay. You all see this. All right, so we worked closely with Paul and the tree committee. So they extensively went over the plant list and especially the tree lists to make sure that we were meeting compatibility with the town needs and all the expectations that are gonna be presented in this document. So that's been fully vetted and we feel really good about where that is right now. We wanted to clarify, we heard a lot from this board about clarifications for rock mulch and the use of rock mulch and concerns about having language in the document that quantified living material minimums. So we've inserted language throughout and also specified tree lawns, that applies to tree lawns too. So you can see here the actual language is when using hardscape mulch, we need to ensure that 75% of the planter or landscape area is living plant material. And that includes tree lawns. When we went in front of Planning Commission, they gave a good suggestion about clarifying that 75% was at full growth. So we're gonna incorporate that into the final. We've also shown a lot more precedent imagery through the document. We got some feedback that that's a visual cue that is identifiable and easy to discern. So we've added stuff, images to the document throughout. We added a wildland, a WUI, a wildland urban interface page, especially in response to the Marshall Fire and the needed clarification and recommendations for how to landscape around your home for wildland urban interface. That's a tongue twister for me, excuse me. So that's an introduction in the file as well. And as Ann mentioned, we've added a maintenance checklist and a sample maintenance plan to alleviate some of the concerns about the maintaining of landscape throughout the city, or sorry, the town. And I believe that is it. So I can answer any questions that you guys might have, but that is high level all of the updates that we've made to the document.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Trustees, questions?
So this is, going forward, we can't go back and implement any maintenance plans on any existing properties.
I'll let Ann answer that one.
Yeah, once a land use application has been approved, it's approved as is, and we can't force a new regulation on an existing land use application. We can definitely provide this as a resource to all developers and homeowners associations that this might be something that they would like to utilize with their current contractors.
Because some of the things I've noticed around town with some of the, I guess you want to say natural turf or the natural grasses, is that in some areas it gets mowed, in some areas it doesn't. In one case, it's actually in the same development where they mow part of it and they don't mow part of it. And I'm just finding that a lot of that type of natural turf is, it's just looking like it's unkept and it's just a free-for-all and not actually having any sense or purpose to it. So I don't mind that the plantings are there because they're good for water resistance and water use. But when it just looks like it's just kind of a free-for-all and it's not being maintained. Some of the cases that I brought up with Administrator Kirk are north of the rec center, around the rec center, west side of the rec center. Those have been some of the higher complaint areas that I've seen that I've kind of run my bike through and just checked out. So those are just concerns that I'm having that, yes, we have good intent and goodwill with these things, but then again, we're so used to having our green lawns that when we do something different like this, to try and conserve water, be water conscious, it looks like something that's not maintained. So I'm kind of hoping this addresses those sort of things, like, you know, you gotta make it look like it's being taken care of and not just a free for all. so. But anyway,
I noticed I think it said you should be mowed twice for weed control.
Yeah,
or as
there's
necessary.
in the
Native grasses.
maintenance plan, so, you know, if you, we're encouraging or we're the new developments and then, you know, retroactively, we can encourage people to go with their maintenance plans, but if you have a maintenance plan established with a landscape crew, they know how to take care of the grasses and make sure that it looks kept and grows to the extent and in the areas that you need it to grow and doesn't get the weeds. So you can every landscape that's designed needs to be have upkeep to it.
Okay.
So that's what we're trying to get at with these maintenance plans, so make sure that they have a plan in place that professionals can execute.
No maintenance, not no maintenance.
So the mowing twice thing was probably or as necessary type thing to control weeds. I think that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where you saw that.
Okay.
It's in that sample maintenance plan, and
It's a
it does,
sample,
it does say what you just
Yes.
described, Mayor Karspeck.
because with lower water use, it's
2 times per year or as needed to help control weeds.
Okay. Okay. And the long res native grasses, you brought up before, Administrator Kirk, that there's some worries about them. Do you mind elaborating?
Native grasses?
Yeah, we had some issues.
Well, I mean, aside from the issues that Trustee Harding described,
Okay.
I think the locations of native grasses are important to consider, especially in terms of fire mitigation and the ability of fire to spread through subdivisions and things like that. So we've talked a lot about, and there is some, if I remember right, there's some language about
What? Yeah.
how native grasses are bordered and not being planted against structures like fences and buildings. That there's an appropriate irrigated buffer between those things. So that in the event that native grasses, were a fire risk, that there would be some irrigated buffer. But in theory, you could even kick on the irrigation in the event of a grass fire to try and keep that from spreading.
Okay.
Those types of things, but making sure that they're not up against fence lines, which makes them much more difficult to maintain. We've seen that the hard way from some of these subdivisions that were planned, years ago.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere in the WUI one about mowing next to. I can't remember, but what you said makes sense. Okay.
Well, like those irrigation systems you talked about, I mean, I can recall, I forget which developer it was. They're talking about how they put in the irrigation systems in these green lawn areas that are, to me, they look like alleyways that have been replaced with natural turf grass, and they say they put in irrigation in there for the mere purpose of getting that grass established, so they use them for a year or 2 or 3, and then if they break or die, so they're not maintained. So again, how do we make sure those systems are maintained so that if we have to turn them on and activate them for a fire mitigation situation?
That's a tough one in the context of existing subdivisions where those landscaped areas are maintained by an HOA or a metro district. And so, a lot of that is just education and outreach. We do have Brian Du Bois, my assistant, is kind of functioning as our metro district liaison. He's been reaching out and meeting with the metro district managers from all the different groups around town and just making sure that we keep a line of communication open. So being able to connect with them, make sure that those systems are functional and that they're being utilized. In a lot of cases, those systems are being used annually to kind of reestablish new seed or to green up native grasses. And so I think, again, practically speaking, the best way to do that is just through education outreach to the HOA and metro district managers where those kinds of landscapes might exist.
So there's not a way of like requiring it to be tested every spring and have it pass as an inspection or something?
I suppose it's possible from, in the maintenance plan.
Yeah.
That's something that maybe we could require to be part of a maintenance plan. The
Not so
irrigation
much for the
systems are-
purpose of watering and keeping the grass green, but in case of a fire.
Yeah, if
we
nothing
know
else.
It's a fire suppressant system and not so much a watering system anymore.
And I think one of our concerns, one of the things we've expressed to developers who they don't want to install irrigation in native areas. One, native seed doesn't establish well without supplemental irrigation. That's just a fundamental reality of life. And so, if those native areas are damaged or die, for some reason, reestablishing them without irrigation will be a real problem once the development's already built. And so, you know, we've maintained consistently that all of those areas have to be irrigated with automatic watering systems, whether they like it or not.
And if I may jump in, when we did speak with Chief Charles, he indicated that he would prefer if there is a fire and it is the landscaping outside but approaching the housing is irrigated with a potable system, he doesn't want that to be irrigated because that will decrease the pressure for firefighting. But if the area is being irrigated with a non-potable system, then that is very appropriate to be watering it during that time for active fire suppressant. So every development is going to be different, and that's why this maintenance plan, it's set up as a draft. Not every question could have been envisioned for this, but it's just a template to get people to start thinking about how do they need to maintain their area. And it's a really nice tool for the developer then to hand off to that HOA or that metro district. And then they can hand that off to their landscape contractors as, you know, these are the rules, this is how you shall maintain what we have inherited.
Yeah, another picture that came to mind was going north on Berthoud Parkway after you leave the rec center off of Bunyan. I noticed there's no curb along the green belt there. So any salt or sand that's being spread on the road is just gonna go down and wash into all that green lawn area and potentially make it an area that's gonna make it difficult to keep grass growing there. The green lawn also narrows down quite a bit to where it seems like it's not wide enough for the trees to get well established in there. They'll become, I guess, road barriers eventually, but if they last that long. But is there anything in there that talks about creating those gutter and drainage systems so that we don't get road and salt runoff into the areas that we're trying to keep plant matter growing in?
Like a swale?
I think those are kind of fundamentally, we've talked about that particular property you described a couple of times. The town's prior policy prior to 5 years ago or so, since I've been here, was not to require street improvements on arterials and collector streets. We don't do that anymore. And so I don't fundamentally, I think that's a poor approach. So I don't think we'll see those kinds of issues in the future. And so even though they are connected, I think exactly like you described, I think that's already dealt with in a different way, if that makes sense.
To be more in our streets plan and not so much a landscaping plan.
Our Colorado, so on all the districts, is a landscape designer required? It says, or a Colorado licensed landscape. It's in some of the districts, it says it must be approved by, I just didn't know if that's all the districts.
There's a stipulation in because we've discussed this before in relation to not burdening a single family home resident with with too much in regards to this landscape requirement. But if you are if you're doing a building permit for an individual single family home, then you have to require a landscape architect. But if you're just, you know, you don't have to do it if you're not doing anything for your, like rebuilding your house.
Okay, anything new essentially, okay,
right.
okay. So for suburban commercial, which would be kind of more auto-centric.
Yeah.
It said landscaping should be designed for use. What would that necessarily mean? If there, I'm trying like a Taco Bell, what the landscape design for the use would probably be, could you elaborate, please? I should have gotten more of the wording here. I know I'm kind of leaving you. I don't even have the page number on there.
Is it?
It was a suburban commercial.
Yeah, and I'm going to make the assumption, Mayor Karspec, that we don't want to be so prescriptive in these guidelines that they become restrictive and prohibitive. So if you're looking at Taco Bell versus Christian Brothers versus some other type of use, if you may want to encourage outdoor activities, then your landscape design should reflect the intended use. If you want to have outdoor dining versus, you know, you don't want people loitering and staying around, then you would have your landscaping not to encourage that type of use. So it's use specific and leaving it wide enough open for interpretation.
Nothing that would curtain, okay. So I'm reading for the suburban Old Town residential, it says, all new land development applications except building permits for individual single-family home residences should retain a licensed landscape architect. It seems like they're exempt.
Right, so let's say that somebody in Old Town, they have a vacant lot and they're wanting to construct a new building, and all they have to do is come in for a building permit. They don't have to have a landscape architect design for single family, but we're anticipating that if you have a commercial development, industrial development, a multifamily development, or even a large final plat for single family residents, that final landscape plan would be designed by somebody who is certified.
Okay, so you're interpreting that as a new development, let's say, any new development coming in, Breadth of 160 or something, would need one for a bigger development.
Yes.
Okay. Individual single-family homes, gotcha, I think I see the clarification now. Individual single-family, okay. And anything coming before planning for significant renovation, so if I wanted to do an addition to my house, would that need your approval for landscaping? What's a significant?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I think I probably confused you, Mayor Karsbeck, when I spoke earlier.
I'm easily confused, so don't worry about it, I probably did to
But
myself.
it is within the suburban Old Town and Old Town residential, we are trying to take out single family homes only from the equation altogether. It was only meant to be larger land developments.
Okay.
So if you're doing a single family home addition, new home, whatever it is, and you're just one homeowner, you're not required to have a licensed
I see.
landscape engineer.
Thank you.
You are encouraged in the
Yeah,
guidelines to retain one, but not
Okay.
required.
Okay. So under the landscape should be designed for use in for the type of use in low maintenance, would something like Ziggy's or Christian Brothers, if you looked at that retroactively, would that apply? There's turf on there, that might encourage some use in low maintenance, so what, would that kind of amount of turf at Christian Brothers still be okay, or?
I think
That's hard, I know it's hard for you,
that
cause you probably
use-
don't know what I'm talking about.
That clause is in there only because what Ann was saying is precisely true, is that there's lots of different types of commercial developments. So a commercial development could be a restaurant with a large outdoor patio, and in that case, we're encouraging them to design the outdoor landscape for that use, where there's hardscape and there's seating areas and there's trees and possibly planters. But if it's a hardware store and people are just going in and out and maybe that's just some display out front, that's a lot different of a use and a lot different landscape determined.
Okay, but they couldn't just dump gravel or something, they would still fall under the other, okay.
Yeah, like the suburban commercial standards, which I think would apply to something like Ziggy's or Christian Brothers. It really, it's kind of broadly applied here. It just says landscape should be designed to be low maintenance and compatible with the purpose of the facility. But it doesn't prohibit turf, for instance. It does talk about, shade cover over parking areas, and there are some kind of more prescriptive numbers, like, that needs to cover 15% of the parking stall paved surfaces at a minimum, those kinds of things. But in general, those, as Ann mentioned, the intent isn't to be prescriptive, but to provide guidance and clarity as they design landscapes, and then also, in areas where we feel like they have not meant that intent, to be able to say, here's what, explain to us how you met these guidelines when we don't think you have. Here's why we don't think you have, and then they can talk about why they think they may have. But it provides that flexibility without being prescriptive,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And there was something in there about retroactive for parks, potentially. I should have written the page numbers down. sounds like I'm making this stuff up, but if that would, it would mean in my head that you're going to like Pioneer or Vine and looking for any areas of non-practical turf and gonna be removing them.
I don't remember anything about going retroactively.
Okay.
With respect to parks and trails, it just says designing parks to serve the active and passive needs of the people on site and nearby. Amenities such as picnic shelters, playgrounds, amphitheaters, gardens, etc. should be appropriate for the project. Reserve irrigated turf areas for areas of park that are subject to human activity, so in, larger parks where, there's not an intended human use that, to use shrubs and trees and other things, native grasses is appropriate. Some detail about parks and residential areas and parks in commercial use, and mixed use areas, just kind of where they're located and things like that, but, there may be something else in here, but I don't recall that.
Okay. That sounds
The
good.
specifics of what you're describing.
Yeah. And then trustee Hardy, I was thinking more for you, the page 37, fertilizing trees and shrubs. You brought up, some of your concerns about fertilizer and what, I think it was Longmont's doing or Boulder. There was a seminar that you could attend. And it does have encouragement for using fertilizers instead of 50-50-50 mix or something. Just wanted to throw that out there.
There's a handful of kind of sustainability provisions that are identified throughout the document with that little leaf icon adjacent to them. And so there are some, in maintenance, when turf grass is used in landscaping, don't collect grass clippings. Instead, allow the organic matter to material to break down and feed the soil and decrease the need for inorganic fertilizers. So there's some of that guidance in there, but not a prohibition against inorganic fertilizers.
Slow release synthetic or organic fertilizer in early spring. It says all plant materials should be fertilized each spring.
If I may,
Yeah.
that's in the sample maintenance plan, so.
I'm
it's-
looking at that too much. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
these-
it's an example, and it
examples.
is, it's encouraging of good fertilizer.
Of good for organic,
fertilizer.
because otherwise I'd say I wouldn't call that necessarily sustainable, but okay, organic seems better. So you guys are looking at resiliency as we're saving water in times of drought, but the plants can still live on. And I kind of see resiliency as having enough water for a drought. Are we planning on any future water savings to like beef up a water bank?
No, if anything, the only thing that might do in the future is change the nature of how we calculate the amount of water dedication that might be required. I think, using water in a more efficient way and saving water will just give us more resiliency in time of drought, not necessarily to free up existing water, if that makes sense.
Sure, because it's new
Unless at
water.
some point the board said, hey, all these great water efficiency measures that we've implemented have reduced the average demand for a single family home from 0.4 acre feet per dwelling or per SFE down to 0.3, in which case you might say, as a result, based on, the data that we've collected over some extended period of time, now we believe we have an excess amount of water, you could use it in that way, but that would really be at the discretion of the board based on, again, I think some demonstrated water savings. Our goal is just to encourage efficient, intelligent use of water. And not watering turf that nobody uses, or planting plants that aren't really appropriate for our climate and those kinds of things.
So that's where I think this is a great document. I don't want to be critical because it's just so much good stuff in here. But I think that's where I don't see, there's got to be a better word than nanny state, but us saying your rose garden is inappropriate or it's like, how do we look at that from a climate sustainability if we're not particularly taking the water that we already have and saving that, putting it in a different bucket, but instead we're saying we can use the water we have for more houses now because each house is going to be required to be more, or encouraged to be more efficient. I just don't see the,
Yeah, and I mean, if the board doesn't want to include water efficiency guidance in the guidelines, I think that's your discretion. That's a policy decision of the town board.
But I liked what you said about, if we did do a readjustment of our water dedication policy, it'd be over an extended amount of time.
Absolutely,
Because
I
since
mean-
we're not requiring that turf can still be used, it's hard to say that this would,
Yeah,
We're
and I
not, we're
think-
not projecting, yeah.
And I think in reality, what you'll see, because it's not prescriptive, is that some people are gonna use, more water efficient landscaping and some people are not. And so on the average, I wouldn't expect to see a significant decrease. But we would hope to see some marginal increases that over time might become significant. But again, I think, that would be a decision that the board would make after we had some extended data that we've collected that says, as a community, we've seen a decrease in the average amount of water used by a single family home. Not just like, hey, we had this one neighborhood build and they used some water efficient landscaping and now we need to change how we calculate water usage for the whole town. I mean, I don't think we would make that recommendation to you. And
Yeah.
and as a board, you could certainly say, well, that's great, but we disagree and we don't have enough data and we're not gonna do that. I mean, I think that would be an appropriate response if we did.
And Mayor, if I just want to make a comment, I mean, one, at least how I think about it, and I'm not up to the details, but if you are being more efficient with your water, or at least encouraging it, you're essentially applying like more intentionality and, putting that to more valuable uses, so to speak. Globally, what that will do across the community is allow us to stretch our existing water supplies further. And so maybe more practically what that might do is allow us to, support growth without acquiring newer supplies. And so that's fewer capital expenditures down the road, or at least deferment of those capital expenditures for additional supplies. But yeah, potentially even further down the road, we could decide to change our dedication rate because we've become so efficient. But I kind of view it as a new supply deferment approach, at the end of the day.
Stretching it a little farther. I totally agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking more at the sustainability aspect of I see that as an infrastructure thing to help stretch stuff out.
Well, I think when we look at in our raw water plan, we've presented it a couple times recently, but when we run those climate change models, we ran a bunch of different long range models to say, in the instance where climate change impacts us, how is that going to impact us? It means that the irrigation season is going to change. Maybe it means that hotter temperatures are going to require more irrigation for the same landscaping and those types of things. So now if a landscape requires less water today, kind of an average year, but in the event where where the climate changes and we have consistently hotter temperatures, now that landscape doesn't need supplemental water because it's already in a place where it's using less water than maybe the average would have been, and so our supply is still sufficient to meet that demand. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
So
see that
think
if we
that's
had
kind
a
of the-
reserve.
That's kind of
If we had it like a percentage of reserve. Otherwise, I just worry that a future 50 years from now, future administrator might just look at this. Like right now, I look at turf as a buffer for a drought. Things get bad, then we start restricting water usage.
Sure.
If there's no turf anymore, I just see people taking it right up to the line. And what else is there to cut off when thinking, we have no reserve right now, that percentage.
Well, again, I think that's why it's important that, right now, we require 0.4 acre feet per house to be dedicated, right? And that's kind of our standard planning number. The average house uses closer to 0.35. So there's a built-in buffer automatically in what we're collecting today versus what we think we're actually gonna provide on an average case-by-case basis, and that's intentional for exactly what you described.
Yeah, that's good. 0.05. I always worry about things getting hotter and hotter. I think this is great. My thing is just with the sustainability. So would you see the developers being able to use this document or use these landscape guidelines as a way to satisfy the Metro District requirement of sustainability?
No, I think what we've talked about, you mean specifically in the landscape, or in the Metro District service plan?
Service plan, thank you, Steve.
Yeah, no, I think what we've talked about before is that the expectation is that developments that are proposing new Metro District service plans, in order to meet some of those criteria that you've established for review, would have to go above and beyond what our kind of minimum requirements are. They'd have to demonstrate how they're doing that. The intent of that Metro District Service Plan policy was not to allow people to use kind of our bare minimum standards to meet the requirements of the service plan policy, but instead to set, you know, a set of criteria that says, if you do these things in a way that is above and beyond what is required of you, and you can demonstrate to us how you're gonna do that, then we would consider that as maybe justification for approving your service plan. So no, in answer to your question, no, I don't think they can use this to meet one of the sustainability, one of the sustainability elements they may choose to try to meet in presenting their service plan to the
Okay,
board.
thank you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my overall comments, thoughts were, I was kind of going into this when I started reading it, like, but I just think it's so thorough, there's so many good things for even me, that I don't, necessarily, some of it, a little hesitant, other parts are, I think there's something useful in here for everyone. Nothing else, just kind of looking at the visuals and seeing how it can be done. I worry about it sometimes going south, because I think we've all seen examples of bad water management where it just turns into something awful. But I was kind of thinking, Greeley, I think, when Greeley was Union Colony, I remember taking a water course, and their first water right, they decided to allocate towards trees and flowers as which is a really interesting way to do it, right? Not for industry, not for residential, but for trees and flowers. And the idea being we need to attract families and kind of improve the natural landscape. And in one of the books that I can't cite the book right now, but there was a book on Berthoud, and one of our founders was calling it a vast wasteland. So when we were saying we're trying to return to this natural beauty, I kind of get worried of what was that back in the day. But we're taking things from similar climates, which I can see as appealing. That 75% of gravel, that picture that you showed as an example in the very beginning, that is 75% living matter and 25% gravel. Do you mind going to the very beginning of your presentation? You
Yeah,
had
I
a
don't know
rock
if
example.
that precisely that picture
Keep going
qualifies.
back.
I'm going back one. I want this one.
Yeah, that one. On the left, that's 75% living matter at full growth?
I don't believe that's the case. I don't know that we calculated that. I think it's just
Okay.
kind of an example image, right? They would have to demonstrate to us in their landscape plan how the plants at full maturity would cover 75% of that.
And then on a
I think the intent is just to show kind of this, obviously rock is not intended to be rock in one plant, but it's intended to be, vigorously planted so that you get a nice, green, attractive.
Yeah, and kind of a heat island thing too.
Absolutely.
And what was the requirement for tree lawns, or did we have one?
That same
75, okay.
applies.
And then for parking lots, it was 15% shade trees, right?
A minimum of 15% of the parking spaces would be covered at the mature canopy of the trees in the parking lot.
So think about climate again in heat islands. That means 85% can just be hot asphalt.
That's true.
Is there any problem with beefing that up a bit? Saying 50%?
I don't know. I guess we'd have to kind of put
looking at
we'd have to
examples.
run the math to it. I think, if you think about a standard parking aisle, it's 24-foot drive width and then 20-foot parking spaces on either side. So you've got a minimum of 64 feet of asphalt. But we'd have to.
I wonder if there's examples of that being.
I think there'd be a lot of pushback to 15% livable. I'd almost say encourage things more like solar panel, shade, or something. So-
15%.
It's definitely something that we can look at, is that percentage. It probably won't be ready for the presentation on the 12th, but it's something that as a takeaway, we can take a look at it and put that into wave 1 for 2024, wave
Okay.
2 for 2024, we can take a look at
Yeah,
that percentage and
It'd be neat
what
to
it looks
encourage as much as possible. I wonder if there's examples. So when you're talking about examples around northern Colorado that you found, you guys kind of compared, what's your favorite example? Who do you think did the best job? If you don't mind.
We've looked at Timoth.
Yeah, our driving tour was in Firestone, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Windsor.
And there were favorites in every different community and every different setting. For example, in Firestone, we really liked the example of the break in landscape material and the mowed area that would provide that break if there was a fire. In Windsor, we really liked the percentage of landscape materials versus turf in a commercial setting. In Loveland, we really liked the use of what the median plantings were. So we weren't necessarily looking for which community has the best.
Overall, yeah.
We were looking for, all right, out of all these communities, we wanted a cafeteria plan and to Berthoutize, what does this mean for Berthoud? And we're gonna take the best of what all these communities have to offer and put this in as our very first policy.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. I think Loveland's medians are, I've noticed that, they're fantastic. The new ones kind of look really, there's a lot of variety there. And so, well, I can ask you later where the Windsor one is. I'd like to just go see myself, so I'll ask you where they're.
Not a problem.
That's awesome, you guys went around though. Well, that concludes my interrogation, thank you.
Yep, and Mayor Karsbeck and members of the trustees, I just do want you to know that this was advertised as a public hearing, so I think just,
That's a good point, thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, let's send that. Okay, well, I guess those were questions. Anything else?
Well, I was just gonna say, Mayor, I'm picking up what you were saying earlier, so I just wanted to circle back to
Yeah.
that, yeah, having a storage bucket would be way better to take those savings and kind of bank them. And I believe that is in our raw water plan down the road to have a storage vessel of some sort so that we can take full advantage as you described. So I see what you were saying there.
At this time, I'll open it up to the public if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to these landscape design guidelines. If not, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Any alterations from the board? Any total opposition? I had some, but I think staff did a great job, or I don't feel like, as long as the service plan just can't be used for that, that's fantastic. I'd love to see, more, in my opinion, more shade in parking lots if possible, but
I would agree with that.
Oh, go ahead, Charles.
No, go ahead.
You're fine.
Nope.
No, being one of the people that held this up, I think it's a substantially improved document. I think Trustee Kurtz put it a good way that, regarding water efficiency, this is a starting point. This is very much a steering document to steer the policy and the attitude of our town in a direction that makes water efficiency, second nature. I think it's obviously a little premature to, use those savings or benefits to actually make, policy on. But I think that's certainly something you'd wanna look at down the road. When these, steps forward all tend to accumulate down the road. And it's not just in landscaping, it's elsewhere, it's in the built infrastructure too, which I'd love to look at more, but I think it really is a great document. I hope we share it far and wide, and especially talking to the metro districts, I'd love each one of them to have a copy of this. This is something homeowners can take a look at, and, get an idea of what they should be doing, what things can look like, from a water efficient and drought resistant standpoint. Obviously, you don't have to do these things. If you wanna grow your roses and dump water on them, that's your right, and
you will enjoy my fragrance.
anyhow,
I'll put you on.
So I think it's substantially improved. I really appreciate the input from our committees and commission. So I'm fully supportive of moving this forward.
Any other thoughts?
I think that it's a good guideline and document, that can improve new development and how we maintain sustainability. I appreciate the clarification that we're not penalizing or enforcing individual homeowners to go through additional hoops to landscape or implement these things, but I appreciate that Berthoud's taking a step toward a mindset change and increasing our education really on how we can have a beautiful garden spot that is sustainable and water efficient. And even for the private homeowner can save money and resources by implementing a lot of these great guidelines. So I think this is a neat document to encourage the community to rally around, that we can have a more beautiful community and a more sustainable one without having it be restrictive and enforced in ways that prohibits people. So I just appreciate it. I think it's really well written and the graphics are beautiful, and I think it's a good step forward. So thank you guys.
Anything else? Cool, all right, does anyone I'd like to move on ordinance 1327?
Can I ask a quick question
Yes.
about the ordinance language real quick? I was just reading through this one more time, and just the one clause, I just wanted clarification, where it says, whereas the Colorado Water Conservation Board supports the NFIP and serves as the state liaison with FEMA. Could I just get some layman's terms of what those acronyms represent? I know what FEMA means, but I didn't know what NFIP was.
Well, that happens to be something that's left over from another ordinance, and that is my fault that it's in there. So I try to recycle ordinances and resolutions to make sure that I don't forget something important. And whereas clauses are my nemesis, and apparently they're still my nemesis. So that whereas clause should be stricken, and my apologies for not catching that. That's totally my fault.
No, that's great. Thank you for clarifying. I thought I was just misunderstanding something, so
No.
thank you.
Good catch. Do we need to put that as part of the the motion? Okay. Trustee Albrecht, or who was gonna move on that? Trustee Murphy?
I was, but.
And that took your steam.
I'll move to approve ordinance 1327 with the exception of the prior stated, whereas the removal of that item. An ordinance adopting the town of Berthoud landscape design guidelines by reference in municipal code, chapter 30.
Second.
Okay, Trustee Murphy has moved, Mayor Pro Tem has seconded. Any final amendments, comments? Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Ayers. Yes. Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, how we doing? Keep going?
Halfway point.
Let's take a
Can we
5-minute
take-
break. So we'll convene again at 8:31, 8:33. My home.
Meeting got shorter.
All right, Mayor Karspeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees. So this next item is the second reading of the Wireless Communication Facilities Code. There have been no changes since the first reading, and Ken Fellman was not able to join us for the second reading, and he has an associate by the first name of Wilson, and I believe Wilson may be on Zoom and present to answer any questions.
Oh, right behind us.
You're Wilson.
You can also log in on Zoom if you'd like.
So Wilson is here to answer any questions that you may have. But with that, that concludes staff's presentation on the second reading.
Excellent. Any questions? Oh, Mr. Wilson, thank you.
So I know Ken was here 2 weeks ago and had a brief presentation to you all on sort of federal and state law on this subject, but to the extent there are any questions, happy to answer those now.
I guess this might be a silly question. It's my understanding that it's kind of up to the board's purview to decide what designs are allowed for the poles in the infrastructure.
Correct, and part of what's being updated with this is the town's design guidelines for, especially when we're talking about small cell facilities. You have some authority to require, camouflage and design so that these things aren't just, sort of hideous, and they integrate well into the sort of visual plan for the community.
And that's what I understood from the last one, but it was I just wanted to make sure that we can't not allow them by law, but we can dictate what they look like.
Correct.
Okay.
And if I may, trustee Ayers, a draft design guidelines packet was included in packet
Right, and
materials.
that kind of precipitated my question.
Perfect.
Because there were like a couple options where you had the hidden infrastructures and then the non-hidden infrastructures, and I just wanted to make sure that we could dictate which of those we, I guess, either required or suggested.
And we will always want to have hidden. But if the circumstance does not allow hidden, then we at least have an option for an unhidden that's still within our aesthetic desires.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you. I'll open up the public hearing here, public comment. If anyone in the audience tonight would like to testify, please come to the front, state your name and address. Do you have anyone online, clerk?
There is not, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public testimony portion and bring it back to the board for deliberation. How does everyone feel? You good?
Yeah, gotta make it look nice, and this is kind of the best way to do that.
I think it is good, yeah. So, you hope we come back with, eventually the industry comes back with more options than the silo turned into more of a ballistic missile than an actual silo.
A little bit, and I think
By Ursa Major though, we just put fins on it.
That's true. That would actually look really good. And I think some of that, in design review, we'll look at a little differently as well.
Oh, we can go into that kind of detail and say.
I think so.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm sorry, I have another question as well. For the times when it might be necessary to have the external infrastructure, does the town have any program for artwork on those big white boxes? Kind of
No,
like
we don't
the,
have a formal program for public artwork on utility infrastructure. Or really any infrastructure. I guess I shouldn't be that specific. We don't really have a public art program, period.
All right, any amendments, any other comments here? Would anyone like to move on this? Let's see here, ordinance 1325.
I'll do it. I move to approve ordinance 1325, an ordinance to repeal and place the Town of Berthoud Wireless Communications Facilities Code found in chapter 30, section 30-3-111, found in the municipal code.
All right, trustee Ayers has moved on this. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albright,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace.
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karstadt.
Yes. Okay, next up is general code amendments, also a public hearing, and this is by Ian Johnson as well.
Gotta get some award tonight.
Yeah, I know, right?
Getting the steps in.
Most outstanding presentation.
Mayor Mayor Karspeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees. So since the first reading on this, there have been no changes. Staff still does suggest proceeding forward with containers used as storage as presented and recommended by staff and Planning Commission. But there have been no changes since the first reading.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, thanks. At this time, I'll open it up to the public. Anyone in the audience wish to testify to this? You online clerk?
No, Mayor Karspeck.
Okay, I'll close the public testimony portion, bring it back to the board for deliberation. How do we feel on this one? Pretty good?
I thought there was gonna be some attempted changes, but based on our conversations from the last meeting, but
Yeah, that was my understanding. In terms of making storage containers, allowing that process to exist, but it's permitted or it's regulated more than just like it's sitting there and just kind of rotting in place. You know, if it's a chosen design feature, then it's that was my understanding. And that was my
Kind of like a special review of it?
or, you know, if they wanted to have one for, you know, X much time, you know, it would be approved or things of that nature was my understanding. I get that regulating that is definitely not anything anyone looks forward to, but
I also,
Secretary?
I think in the context of this ordinance, and maybe we took away a different understanding from the last meeting, but I think we talked a little bit about what would it likely entail to create some permitting process to allow shipping containers as storage, and you know, we kind of quickly brainstormed what that, you know, the kinds of things we'll need to deal with as part of that. And maybe, and like I said, I must have taken a different understanding, maybe Ian did as well, but I didn't think that we wanted to bite that process off. But if you wanna zero out shipping containers from the ordinance, that's certainly your prerogative.
Well, it sounds like two thought there was gonna be some changes. I wasn't at the meeting, but maybe that was something we wanna do.
Well, the concept of it was, you know, shipping containers, yes, they can be unwieldy and they can absolutely be an eyesore depending on the location, but they also do have a use when done correctly. And a lot of this does address that. I'm not trying to disparage that. It was just the concept of, is this gonna be something that's essentially outside of its use for storage on the property?
yeah, I was trying to get more clarification on getting them to be used more in line with our, you know, storage shed that you can buy at Tough Shed versus, you know, I wanna use a storage container instead of a Tough Shed container.
Right.
Trustee Murphy?
Yeah, a question for Director Johnson.
Oh,
Just some-
can we answer this other one first
Sure,
here?
no
Did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
Well, we discussed, regarding utilizing a storage container and allowing anybody in Berthoud, everyone in Berthoud to have a storage container in their backyard instead of a structure that was meant for a storage facility. We talked about considering the overall impact that would have and considering those consequences. But my takeaway was not develop design standards in the next week for consideration at tonight's meeting. Because what we're really working with are the use of storage containers for storage for long-term versus just having a pods because you're moving or you're doing you fill it storage container and not putting it on the public right of way. And there is a method in which a storage container can be there longer than the 14 or 15 days, and that would be permitted through the clerk's office. And so for storage, you can have them for longer periods of time, but the intent is not to have the storage container on site in perpetuity. Now, if you'd like to investigate utilizing storage on residential properties in perpetuity, staff can definitely do that. Looking at all of the communities in northern Colorado, no other community allows that. And so we would be having to draft first-hand regulations in order to govern that. And those are something that, you know, we look to other communities, what they were doing, because you can always borrow what somebody else does when they do it well. And there just aren't examples because other communities don't allow it. So, we just weren't, we couldn't write a code language in a week to allow that. Now, storage containers used on commercial or industrial property, or if there's a new project and they want to use storage containers in a residential project, we could allow that through the site plan or the plating process or use by special review process. And definitely when they're used according to the building code and the planning code, we can definitely consider that on a case-by-case basis. So we're not outlawing them to be used for habitable purposes, that might be a made-up word too. Habitable purposes, we're not outlawing that, we're just saying when they're used in a storage situation, this is how they need to be utilized.
Trustee Murphy?
Just to add on to the clarification, so looking at the process, we're talking about storage containers specifically as they are as a storage unit on a property. Any other kind of use, any kind of creative turning this thing into like a shed or a building, would have to typically go through the regular building process. And would be looked more of as like a building component rather than like an actual structure in and of itself.
Yes, because it would not be a temporary condition, it would be a permanent condition. Now, in the code right now, it does not allow storage containers to be used as storage in any district right now, other than the temporary use in non-residential areas. If you want staff to pursue creating new regulations to allow storage or shipping containers on residential property, we can do that. It's just gonna take time.
So you're saying that it's permitted on commercial properties?
For storage, when it's permitted. Right now, it's only permitted as temporary storage.
Okay, how many do we have in town that have permits, or do we not have any permits because we're not requiring them yet?
Correct, we have a lot of violations and a lot of code challenges because of them. So part of the outcome of tonight of having this in the code is so that we can allow them under special circumstances, but we don't want to see somebody using storage or shipping containers or a semi-bed as a permanent storage unit on their property.
So some of the existing conditions that I mentioned in the last meeting, they could come in and apply for a permit and have a likelihood of being approved to keep them as is.
Not in perpetuity, no.
As temporary storage under the way the code is written.
Because I know of quite a few places that are using them as permanent, and I don't view them entirely as an eyesore either, because they are such placed on the property that you don't really notice them unless you actually enter the property, or they are actually maintained and conditioned to look nice on the property that are in more view from like a public street or driving by.
Right, so they're not, the intended use of a storage container is not for humans to be in them. They're used to put stuff in them, move the stuff, empty it out, load it up with more stuff and move it. So they're not intended for people to be working in them or using them as, as your outside, extra storage or your den or office, unless they've been designed that way and passed by building inspection. So if people are using them and going in and out of them on a daily basis, then that is a safety concern, because they've not, and a lot of people will alter them, they'll punch windows and doors in them that have not been inspected. And so those containers have to be engineered in order to withstand the change.
So using them as a alternative to a storage shed is not permitted.
That is correct.
But they could build a rickety 2x4 structure with 1/2-inch plywood and a shaky roof, and that's considered safe with nails and.
If it's under 100 square feet, it does not require a building permit, so
I
you could
understand
go
that.
out and do
But
that.
I'm just saying, if I'm looking at a 40-foot container that's sturdy and strong, built of steel, versus a homemade, tough shed, that's, I don't know, I go in those things and you can see nails and metal edges and things that are, I would consider just as dangerous and unsafe as a metal container, so.
Yep, and if a neighbor has a complaint about their neighbor's structure, that it looks unsafe, it could be falling down, we do have a process in order to get people to reinforce their structures on site or have to replace them.
I can picture about 5 or 6 locations right now that I think are using them effectively and well. And so I have difficulty with this because I feel like we're gonna be punishing those that are not doing anything I view in a negative case, but I do see the negative consequences of this as well, and those need to be dealt with. I think there's a medium place here to not punish those that have actually used them effectively and efficiently and use them in a safe manner versus anything else. To me, I would much rather have a storage container than a tough shed because I feel it's more durable.
Well,
So I think-
and again, go ahead.
What we're talking about is really the same issue that we had with short-term rentals, right? There's a whole bunch of them that were operating that nobody cared about, that didn't cause problems, that weren't creating issues with the neighbor. When you have problems with the ones that are a problem, now we have to create some kind of regulatory framework to deal with that. We really have two options, either to prohibit them, which is the simplest and most straightforward option. And I think what Ann has described is that, again, I think shipping containers, their intended use, and we keep focusing on shipping containers, but the ordinance is also written to deal with like detached tractor trailer, which I don't think ever look good as permanent storage.
No.
So
box.
all of those are addressed in the ordinance, but again, the simplest, most straightforward way to handle this is to say these are not allowed as permanent storage facilities. If we wanna regulate them, as you know, everybody wants to eat the hot dog, but nobody wants to see how it's made. And there's a reason for that, cause it's messy, and that the regulatory process is the same way. Under which conditions will storage container or shipping containers be allowed to be used as permanent storage facilities? There's 1,000 ways to handle that, and so I think that's really the board's prerogative. I think from our perspective, our recommendation is the simplest way to handle it isn't always the one that is, and I don't mean simplest in like the, hey, this is the least amount of work for us, but probably the most effective or most reasonable approach isn't always the best for everyone, right? It's the same thing with short-term rentals, right? Having to put the clamp down on the short-term rentals that weren't causing issues, that didn't have issues, that neighbors didn't have problems with, that wasn't a great solution for them. But that was the unfortunate reality of where we were at and what we had to do from an enforcement standpoint. So there's rarely, I think this is the other reality of what we do is that there's, I would say never, but I try really hard not to say never and always. But I think it's extremely rare when you can come up with a regulatory framework that works for everyone.
So this is, I'm trying to, like, even
So
Second
you
Street,
have to make sacrifices one way or the other.
this industrial, Second Street, this would imply there too, right, for permanent storage?
Yeah, the way the ordinance is written, then no permanent outdoor storage is allowed in shipping containers or detached tractor trailers.
Could we do it by district?
You could.
Because I feel like Second Street's, in a good way, it's kind of a free-for-all as far as
Yeah, but we just
looks.
turned down that one storage facility that wanted to do all storage containers as their main thing of storage. The reason why it didn't get approved was because it wasn't a structure. But yet a mile up the road, there's a storage facility that uses storage containers as storage.
Right.
That's permitted up there.
Yeah.
But I'm more referencing,
I mean, what I'm getting at is there's tons of semi-trucks on Second Street, and I agree they're unsightly, but why do we care what's inside of them?
well, Second Street, they're just parking there overnight because that's where we allow trucks to park.
Yep, it's industrial.
True.
They're not being used as storage, they're just parking there because that's where they're permitted to park.
I think Trustee Murphy has a
Mayor Carson.
Yes, please. Thank you, Trustee Murphy.
I was just thinking about this and Director Johnson brought up a good point that kind of got my wheels turning. Looking at the possibility of allowing containers, I have some life, health, safety concerns about making that a permitted thing, especially when we are looking at a housing crisis right now, allowing people to put these storage containers on their property. people in desperate circumstances get ideas on how to live or effectively stay in a place that, you know, directly conflicts with, you know, health and safety. All it takes is looking on the internet, and there's plenty of bad ideas for what people can do themselves to get cheap housing. And I think that's something worthy of consideration, yes.
And you're saying, yes, should be allowed for housing, but still should go through the process of
Right,
having a
right
review.
now, this is just tackling them as storage and eliminating that use.
Mhm.
You know, it doesn't eliminate using shipping containers as housing, as a building component. It's just going to have to go through the actual building permit process like every other structure in town. I don't see a reason to have a specific carve out of code that deals specifically with permitting, you know, shipping containers in and of themselves. So if you look at it through that lens, I think it kind of makes sense. Shipping containers can be vetted for this in the typical process that you would use for literally any other structure you have in town. And that really gets to the life, safety, health kind of aspect of things. We want people existing in these spaces in a safe way, in a healthy way, in a way they're not gonna get hurt or injured. And it's just something to consider. You know, I understand, you know, there's good uses and bad uses for these things, you know. But I don't see the need for our board to go down a prescriptive path on this, I guess. If there are special cases, maybe we can deal with that. But I think they're in such limited number, I don't think this or we need to really focus on this. I think we're getting into the weeds here a little bit.
Wait, roses or shipping containers, yeah, then we get prescriptive. Go ahead.
Don't forget public comment.
Sure. Oh yeah, this isn't going, man. I'm losing it. Thank you, Sean.
Sure.
Other questions for staff here? Thank you. Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Anyone like to address this? Testify, if you could please come to the front. Do we have anyone online, clerk?
There's not, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close public comment. Thank you, trustee Albrecht. Bring it back to the board here. Sorry, trustee Murphy?
Oh, no.
Okay, I personally, I see some thought on what you're saying, yeah. It's kind of down to the look to, trustee Ayers?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with, I understand where everyone's coming from, but I also agree with trustee Hardy that some of them are being used, I guess, quote unquote illegally, but they are better looking and better used than certain wooden structures. But I also understand the concern with, especially the ones sitting in public right of ways and ones that are not being used, that are eyesores, because they're just sort of a thing that is there that no one has yelled at them about yet. So I kind of see both sides of the issue. And so I think one of the ways that we could treat this is to just kind of what happened with the short-term rentals is say, no, they're not allowed. But then we could, because of that, we could get public feedback from people who want to make a case for why theirs should be allowed. And then in the future, because I have seen, you know, on the internet, because the internet exists, I've also seen people who have made single family that are structurally sound, that are actually converted into sort of, you know, you build one of these containers, you pile another one on top, and now you have a two-story house, or you have different organizational schemes of them. They look really nice because it seems like it's just a metal facade. It doesn't look like a shipping container.
Those are okay.
Right. And so I don't want to, as you said, I don't want to necessarily go into the weeds right now, but I also don't want to close it off for for future ideas that someone might have and just say, no, this is a shipping container, this is not allowed, period. I would like to keep that avenue open, but in terms of storage specifically, I understand the concern with sort of people who probably the ones in town that are being used are, most of them are probably being used inappropriately or they're not being upkept or kept up. And so while I don't 100% agree with the policy in that regard, I think if we were to pass the policy, that would dictate those people that do have a claim for using them correctly or appropriately to come forward and give public comment. I think that would be a venue for that where we could possibly make an allowance or a variance or something like that.
Based
Just
on
kind
like
of
the
leave it up
board.
to the public to make their case for why they should be allowed or given a variance as opposed to just allowing them, I guess. If that makes
You
sense.
say anything with
That was English.
Yeah, I think it may not be quite that simple and that you'll have to likely change the ordinance to deal with something like that, but so I don't know, I think that's a good point. One thing I don't know that we've really discussed or maybe we haven't made clear, the current code doesn't really allow them anyway. You know, if you look at the red lines, basically what it's saying is the containers are intended for the temporary and mobile transport of goods. What the existing language said was, and may not be permitted for permanent use as storage. What we're really doing is just saying shall not instead of may not. I think the intent was previously that they're not to be used for permanent storage anyway, under the code.
So why has it not been enforced?
Well, like we've talked about before, I think a lot of our enforcement is not heavily proactive, and there's reason for that, right? I mean, things that are obvious health and safety issues, you know, we try to be proactive about as we identify them, but things that are, but otherwise, we often deal with things on a complaint basis, and that keeps our code enforcement, our neighborhood services officer pretty dang busy in and of itself. Shouldn't have a lot of time just to drive around looking for issues. Unless maybe it's a specific issue that we know we're having a lot of, in which case she'll go out and spend a little extra time trying to tackle all of it at once. And the other is just a practical reality that people don't like heavy-handed code enforcement.
Do you think,
So-
you think may not and shall not, you think may not's more optional?
I think that's part of where the argument comes. I think shall not is explicit.
Yeah, it's very
I think may
explicit.
not is pretty
I
explicit
think it
too
is too.
personally, but and there's some additional clarification now in the revisions that we're suggesting, not to allow them in public right of way and other things that, you know, periods that exceed 14 days. There's some other additions here we're making, right? But I think practically speaking, I don't think they were really allowed before anyway.
Well, it sounds like there's three, just a suggestion, there's three people that have some kind of issue or want further investigation.
But again, I think if the board wants to permit shipping containers as storage, we can do that.
Or just, we couldn't, you don't wanna do it on the fly,
We wouldn't be doing
right?
that tonight, and you know, we strongly suggest not legislating on the fly.
Yeah, so, I mean, we wouldn't necessarily deny this, we could just have you come back, right?
That would be the alternative, yeah.
Attorney Smith?
No, I think.
Praying to God, to get the meeting over?
No, what I am struggling a little bit with is that the distinction that I hear being made between those that are on one end of the spectrum and then maybe those that are on the other end of the spectrum is that it's somewhat subjective. And so that creates some constitutional issues when you're trying to legislate and build in a permit system that allows them under certain cases, because you can't use as a condition for allowing them, these don't look so bad, right? So that creates a constitutional problem with the legislation, which gets us back to why, you know, from a constitutional standpoint, as Town Administrator Kirk was saying and Ann has explained, the prohibition is a constitutionally palatable solution. So is completely allowing them. When you get sort of somewhere in the middle, you've got not only the practical issue of how are you gonna draft it so you are making it so specialized that you get in the ones you want, but so
Some kind of criteria.
restrictive so that you keep the criteria, so restrictive you keep out the ones you want, so.
So to get back to the hot dog analogy, it's like corn dogs are alright, hot dogs are okay, no brats.
So I have a follow-up question now, based on, I think it was Pro-Tem Grace that brought up something like the 14-day, it's 14 days that you're allowed to have it according to code for storage.
So if I may, right now, we prohibit them just flat out. What this code amendment is doing is saying if you want to use a storage container for storage, you may do so for those 14 days. If you need to, we're actually writing it in to be a little bit more permissive, saying if you need to use it for greater than 14 days, you need to work with the neighborhood services team, you need to work with the town clerk, and then it can be used for X period of time. So it provides some parameters because we recognize individuals may need to use them, but we want to provide some parameters so that they are not, right now, they are not permanent storage. They're not structures. They're not anything that should be used as a structure. So we're giving some grace to allow, but if somebody wanted to come with a funky architectural plan for a home or a commercial or an industrial development utilizing shipping containers, we of course could consider that, but through the development review and building permit process. There's nothing in what's being proposed tonight that would eliminate that creative concept coming forth. It's just, here are the parameters. We know some people have them, and now we need to create some parameters and strengthen how we regulate them. And we're trying to create some flexibility and recognize that.
Okay, and so now, Attorney Smith, for constitutionality, what would be the negatives of choosing to allow an extension for some versus others? Would it be the same problem with constitutionality where, well, you guys, this doesn't look good, it's rusted, it's got holes in it, we're not going to allow you to extend, versus this person who is working through the process and trying to get an extension, and they are following the sort of guidelines that we're trying to set up, that we do allow that extension. Is there the same problem because it's not a permanent structure?
And by extension, I think maybe what you're saying is allowing them
The longer than what the new code would
right
allow.
as storage on that lot
Mhm.
in perpetuity with no limitation.
Okay.
I think whenever you're dealing with an aesthetic standard, it becomes judgmental and subjective.
Mhm.
So I think when it becomes judgmental and subjective, that's when the constitutionality issue arises. So to answer your question, I think it's very tricky to pass muster on a constitutional basis when you're dealing with an aesthetic standard.
And it is, you know, it's not unlike signs probably, in that you know, we can regulate kind of time, place, and manner, right? Those are common. That's like a speech thing, right? But we can't regulate content. In the same way that like signs, we can say you can't have a sign that's bigger than X number of square feet, and it can't be more than this many feet off the ground, and it, you know, it shall be made out of these materials. But we can't say, but here's what you can put on the sign. That gets into, there's a little bit of that aesthetic judgment there, and so when you're trying to make those subjective calls, they have to be based on, you know, to the extent that you can, the most objective criteria that you can create, so that you can then demonstrate, in the case where somebody challenges your decision, here's the criteria under which we used, the criteria which we used to make that determination, here's why we can demonstrate that doesn't meet our less than objective criteria. But, you know, if we were going to regulate shipping containers, it wouldn't be like, you know, I mean, I guess you could even deal with rust, right? You could go, you know, you could say things like, yeah, exactly. There's so many, you know, so much percentage of the overall facade cannot be rust, and you know, it shall be painted. You know, you can deal with some of those things. Those get pretty hard to regulate too, right? And to the point where it's almost impossible, and it's in a lot of cases probably not worth
So even
going
with,
out and measuring rust spots and things like that.
so even with the hypothetical, if someone were to apply for an extension past the allowed storage capacity, that would have to specifically be decided upon based on their need and their use of that as a storage container. So if it's a larger project, and they just can't finish within the 14 days, but they are in good faith using it, that's a grounds for extending it, versus your shipping container looks ugly, this other person's doesn't, we're going to extend theirs, but not yours.
Yeah, and I think, you know, what the code says is that you have to get a temporary container permit. It doesn't say exactly what the criteria are for obtaining those. And so then staff comes up with a container permit process that uses an objective set of criteria to say, okay, and it'd be more like, where is it stored? You know, if we allowed you to do it for 14 days in your driveway, you know, maybe the rule, but it has to be fairly applied, and it has to be applied to everybody equally, right? We can't say, well, for you, your driveway's a little bit longer, and so it's okay, you leave it there. We don't like how close yours is to the street because your driveway's shorter, you're gonna have to take it out, right? There has to still be some set of objective criteria that are part of issuing that container permit, but in general, it would just be things like, you know, setbacks and making sure that it's out of the right of way, and you know, similar to a lot of the, we permit a lot of activity without really explicit guidance in the code, but, you know, using a fairly applied, consistently applied set of objective criteria. We'd have to do the same thing for the temporary container permit.
Trustee Albrecht?
I think I don't feel comfortable prohibiting storage containers at this point, but I do appreciate staff's need to eliminate gray area so that we have a policy that you can enforce. So I appreciate that that's why we need to have a policy. But I think we're not quite there yet with this policy. Like, there's room for some creativity that's constitutional. But I think that we have this saying in my house, like, create solutions, not problems. And without me seeing that we're having a major issue with this, I think we're creating a problem for those who aren't creating issues instead of resolving an issue. So I'd like to make sure that if we're gonna create a policy, it's not gonna make an issue for those who are not doing harm. But that it's actually going to create an environment where they can have these things in a way that is a benefit to the community and not an eyesore or a deficit. But I think there's some room for conversation, I think, still on this one, so that we're not creating a blanket policy that just, I think 14 days, I mean, that eliminates a million uses that I could think of. And when you're doing any type of work on your property and you're going for a permit, that process is very cumbersome for the average person. Like, the cost, the time, the legalese, it's not the average person, when they think of permitting, they think, forget it, it's not worth the process. And so I think also for us to understand what permitting process is gonna require on the average person, I think that's important for me too when we're setting policies. What kind of permitting process are we requiring of our citizens when they come before staff and want something like this? So I think I'm not quite ready to adopt this as is yet, but I appreciate why we need to.
We could also, I mean, it's even here on page 1, we could partially adopt this and just say, if we're all okay with not having on public right of way or public land.
Or residential versus commercial. Again, I would suggest that we not legislate on the fly, because I think there's a lot of unintended consequences of what you guys are talking about. And I'll be honest, I think if I hear the concerns of the board, and for what it's worth, I don't personally, I have no issue with any of it, right?
I'm just saying, it's right here printed, staff would advise not proceeding with changing the definition at this time, other than prohibiting containers to be located in the public right of way or on public land. So I'm just kind of reading, that's what I see as kind of a way out where we get part of this done. Was that the intention of writing that?
No, I don't think so. We were intending that you would adopt it as we presented it previously, but again, I think if you would prefer to regulate and allow shipping containers as storage, I would suggest that you also direct us not to enforce any existing provisions of the code as it relates to shipping containers, because I think it becomes a very, in the cases where we get complaints about shipping containers used as storage, I don't wanna go, well, I know the code says they may not be permitted as storage, and I think that the intent was that they're not to be used as storage, but we don't really have a regulation, and so we're not really enforcing it. I'd rather just be able to say, you know, this is an issue the town board understands may be a problem from time to time, and they've asked us to suspend any enforcement action or directed us to suspend any enforcement action against shipping containers used as storage until we create some
something new.
regulation. I'd just like that to be explicit.
So when you're saying staff would when it's saying, or staff is saying, should the trustees wish to pursue options for allowing shipping containers throughout berths as storage structures on residential properties, additional review and research is needed. Makes sense.
That's
So staff would advise not proceeding with changing the definition, which would be changing the definition of storage
Yeah, the definition in the code of container,
of container,
which
okay.
prohibits them being used as permanent outdoor storage.
Other than prohibiting containers to be located in the public right of way or on public land. So we're allowing it already right now? Is that how I'm reading it? We're not allowing that, right? Okay.
Can we go the other way too, where we adopt and then still look at a creative solution down the road?
You could, but that also puts us in a very difficult situation because now we've adopted a regulation that says they shall not be used. And but then also not enforce it. So I'd rather just not change the code and not enforce it until we adopt some other regulation that allows them under some specific set of circumstances that'll take us a little bit to put together.
So if you want to proceed that way, then your motion could be you agree with everything presented except for section 1.
Yep, that's what I was gonna ask. We can just proceed with everything minus section 1.
Justin Murphy.
Maybe my comments have been misconstrued. I feel like my concerns have been addressed by Director Johnson. I would be supportive of moving forward with the language as is, because I feel like this is taking a step to be proactive and bringing these shipping containers that are out there under our regulation, as well as stepping forward and giving our staff an enforcement mechanism and stuff.
We have an enforcement mechanism, just hasn't been enforced.
Well,
Yeah, well,
I would,
I see what you're
I
saying.
would.
Thank you for
think
clarification,
that-
because I thought you were leaning the other way.
No,
Okay.
I would think that with this additional language, this is better supporting our position in enforcement. Should we move forward with it? Is that correct?
As,
Versus what we currently have?
yes,
Okay.
But I do think inevitably, if you adopt this language and we continue with any enforcement actions we may have underway or initiate new code enforcement actions, it'll be back in front of you anyway. And I think there's a high likelihood, based on the discussion tonight, that you'll ask us not to continue with those. And so I would suggest that we just not continue with them now for simplicity, and then we'll worry about drafting some permitting process or regulatory framework.
Mark? For the most part, I see your point. Thank you for clarifying that too.
No, and if I'm in the minority on this, I understand that. You know, I think this is just an opportunity for us to really be proactive about that. Before it becomes an issue, before we have a bad actor show up before us, before we have a room full of people angry about one residence, you know, shipping containers. I just see this as kind of an inflection point to address this ahead of time. And if, you know, I feel like we can proceed. I feel like the problems that these would cause is greater than any kind of burden we're placing on good actors, I guess, if that makes sense. So that's kind of my thinking on it, I guess.
Trustee Ayers?
If we were to move forward and cut out section 1, I think you said, how would that cut enforcement teeth if someone were to be using one of these as habitation? Is that sort of a non-issue because that's not storage anyway?
Correct.
Yeah, I think we can deal with that separately under under
Okay.
building codes.
Okay, cause that, once you brought that up, that was
Sure.
the major concern for me is if you
And
start
that has
having
been an
people-
issue in the past, for what it's worth.
Okay.
So after trustee Hardy spoke, and it sounds like there are some examples of this already being done and some of them aren't, sounds like there is some with that impacts, but it also sounds like there's one in the community that are totally fine.
Well, I don't know of anybody that's got one on their residential backyard, but I do know plenty that have them on their commercial properties. And I don't view them as being used improperly or being eyesores or being safety issues.
I can see how they could be, but I think for the most
Yeah, I
part,
could see how
so I
they
thought
could
this was only residential, this is affecting, so that was my Second Street example, was you can have semi-truck trailers on your personal property, but as soon as we say, are you storing stuff, then you can't.
Right, if your business is to store empty or filled storage containers, flatbed, the shipping containers, rail containers to use as in transit, that's your business. No, we're not saying that. We're saying that you can't use those items that are structurally engineered for shipping purposes for long-term storage units on your property. And right now, the code doesn't allow them to be used that way. We were just looking at our code language to try to clarify a few things.
Okay, thank
I still feel like that would be a heavy-handed move to say that a shipping container can't be used for storage. That's why I'd like further conversation to maybe put some better parameters in here and have some more public input from those who may be outside of the code and invite them to the table to say what would be more, because that was really helpful with the Airbnbs, to have the people who want to operate legally to come forward and have the freedom to speak and present what would benefit them so that we can partner. And that's where I feel like this would just be, without that conversation and some better clarifications in this code, I think we're being heavy-handed for those who don't intend to break the law.
Yeah, and I think, when you talk about them in a commercial industrial setting, one of the reasons why, and certainly we don't intend to be heavy-handed, but one of the reasons why it's important that we have some clarity about how it's allowed, when people build buildings for permanent storage, there's a site plan review process that allows us to make sure there's appropriate amount of space and setbacks and other things. Shipping containers are not physically permanent in most cases, in really all cases, not as they're used, right? And so how many can you stack? Where can you stack them? Can you stack them at all? Can they only be a single layer? How much of the lot can be covered? There's a lot of very specific details that need to be addressed, and there's site planning related issues. But we don't typically do site plans for temporary structures. And so, because they can be moved and they can be taken off site and brought back or shifted over here and then, anyway, I just think there's a lot of complexity to the issue. And again, I think I'll just stress, if you wanna allow them as storage, we can figure out how to do that.
We could just proceed with everything except section 1.
But yeah, I would also suggest that you ask us not to enforce this provision of the code.
And support that. And one example that comes to mind, I'm gonna try to be vague, but there's a nonprofit in town that has a shipping container. They're using it for storage. It has used supplies in it that are distributed intermittently throughout the year on a commercial property that would be directly impacted by this, and they would be out a place to store these things for this group, and or they'd have to go through a permitting process that may end up limiting them or prohibiting for them doing it at all. And there's not to be any safety concerns in it at all. They're in it maybe a couple times a year to get supplies out for kids. So it's just it is one example that comes to mind that makes me want to push pause and say, unless we have a glaring danger or concern at the moment, to blanketly prohibit would be not good. So I think giving staff leeway to say we're not enforcing this until we can create a stronger policy, so there is no gray area and you can enforce effectively, the board, so.
So in the interest of, I hear you. I think in the interest of time, we could go ahead and try a motion with the exemption, with removing section one. And if that motion fails, then we could just do a motion of adopting it in full. And if that fails, then effectively, we're not taking action. So it sounds like for those that want to push the brakes, it would be to proceed with the ordinance, except section one.
I know, kind of like what Chris offered, and that is, we don't accept any policy tonight, and we don't enforce our current policy until a better policy can be brought before us.
Oh, okay, I thought the other parts of this were just clarification, okay. Well, I'm fine with that too.
It's just section one, which is the storage containers. Everything else is other code amendments that we didn't really have any other comments or discussions about last meeting.
So that would be, so that would
So-
consider that not controversial.
Correct. Yeah, section one is the one regarding storage containers only, so.
So I think that would be, if we get everything else done.
So if we do the proposal without section one, people could still continue to use their storage containers as storage because we're not defining storage container.
Sounds.
We're not changing any of the code regarding it at the moment.
You're not allowed to use them now, you're just gonna tell us not to enforce that provision of the code.
I think they're asking for specific direction. so
Yeah,
that
I think, yeah, it would be in the
So-
form of a motion.
So remove section one and then don't enforce it as another plot,
Yeah, as another
part.
motion.
But then accept everything else, like you can put in your front curb if you want to for 14 days.
No, yeah,
We
this
would
is
be eliminating all of the changes associated with section
shipping
one.
containers. Do you wanna make that, trustee Hardy?
What?
Ordinance 1326?
Now I've got myself confused as to what I just agreed to.
So ordinance, it would be a motion to approve ordinance 1326 minus section one.
Okay, so if I do that motion, does that mean everybody's currently got their storage containers in the parking lots or next to their buildings is gonna be okay?
We're opening up the floodgates.
Well,
No.
Storage containers.
well,
They are already not allowed. Right now,
So we could still go
regardless of
and
what
tell them
decision you
to
make
remove their
tonight,
storage
they are not
container.
allowed. So
So
what
that-
we're suggesting is, if you wanna adopt this ordinance without section one, that's clarifying that they're not allowed. They're already not allowed in our opinion, but section one clarifies that they're not allowed, makes it really explicit with the shall not provision. And it does allow for some temporary use that's not allowed in the current codes, is actually a little more flexible.
So whatever's going on would still happen.
It's
just
not gonna
they're
change.
enforce it.
Then we're gonna ask that if you choose, if you're telling us you don't want us to deal with shipping containers as storage and you wanna allow them wherever, then we would ask that you then make a separate motion directing us to suspend any enforcement for shipping containers used as storage in town.
But if we do want to have a policy process for shipping containers, what should we do?
Well, I think we're gonna naturally have to bring that back to you relatively quickly. I don't know how we'll do that. I think there's as we brainstormed, how do you regulate these? I think there's
Well, I guess my proposal would be that we,
it'll be a longer process than just like let's.
So I think there's good things in this.
And I don't mean to be
Yeah,
I'm not
saying it's
intending to be
entirely bad.
negative
No,
or
you're not.
trying to talk you out of it,
But-
it's just a reality.
I'm just
There's
saying,
a lot of
you know,
details to address.
we're concerned about maybe the one bad apple that's gonna get mad when we take them all away. But really, when we take them all away, I think we're gonna have 5 or 6 apples in here that are doing just fine with them.
And that is,
So
that's a very high likelihood, and the concern that we have, and the reason why we need to bring it back to you soon, is so that that one bad apple doesn't turn into 15 before we have a regulation in place, when we're no longer enforcing this in any way. And so we'll have to deal with that relatively quickly.
So the motion could be exempting, removing minus ordinance, or sorry, gosh, minus section one, and also with the direction that staff not enforce what you think is already.
Yeah, and I think you could do that as 2 separate motions.
Okay. Would anyone like to move on the first one? It would be moving on adopting ordinance 1326, removing section one. You can just say so moved if you agree.
I'll move to approve ordinance 1326, removing section one, an ordinance amending sections 30-1-16 of the Berthoud Municipal Code regarding storage containers and clarifying land use applications, processing requirements for chapter 30 of the Berthoud Municipal Code.
And I would also recommend we make conforming changes to the title.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Is there a second on this? I'll second that. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
No.
trustee Murphy,
No?
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, that motion is approved. Is there another motion to direct staff to not enforce?
To suspend any enforcement action
Just
related
says-
to shipping containers and storage.
Is there is there a motion to direct staff to suspend
yeah.
any activities related to shipping containers?
We should probably extend the meeting.
Or can we
Okay.
say grandfather?
Let's just do this one real quick because they're both gonna be motions. Or well,
Can we grandfather in those?
That's a different issue.
okay,
So let's just deal with the motion.
yeah. Is there anyone like to move on that to suspend any action on shipping containers, enforcement of shipping containers?
I'd like to make the motion and I'm gonna butcher the words, so Chris, if you could help me out.
Just that we would suspend any enforcement action associated with the use of shipping containers as permanent storage.
So I move to direct staff to suspend any enforcement on the shipping containers. Can we add to that, to direct staff to pursue policy changes to implement down the road?
Is there a second? Okay, trustee Hardy is seconded. Any final discussion on that?
So is that, just to be clear, with the previous motion, we haven't really changed anything on section one.
Correct.
Okay, so nothing in that front changes, but staff knows you guys need to come back with readjusting section one a little bit.
The existing section one, it's already in the code,
Right.
doesn't allow shipping containers.
So this motion is essentially saying any of the enforcement for originally
Existing
section one
one.
is essentially, we're pulling back even further from that, saying
Correct.
staff is no longer gonna even enforce anything like
That's
this
correct.
until we have better section one in place.
Yes.
Okay.
Does that work? Okay.
Yeah, I was just understanding it.
Any other clarifications or comments before we vote? Clerk, may I have the vote, please?
Trustee Murphy,
No?
trustee Kurtz,
No.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace,
No.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, that motion passes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to continue the meeting?
I will move to continue the meeting until 10:30.
Second?
All right. Trustee Harris has moved, trustee Murphy has seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. We can move on now to the third Massachusetts project design update. Administrator Kirk?
Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck and trustees. As you know, we've been working on the Third Street Massachusetts design that was originally conceived of in the Mountain Avenue overlay plan for some time. And we have tonight Doug Elger from BHA Design, and Tim Kemp from Wilson Company is also here. They're working together with us on this design effort and getting it to construction drawings, biddable construction drawings, and wanted to give you an update about where we're at in that design. Share with you the feedback we've received from from various meetings that we've had, and how those have affected the design, and get your direction so that we can wrap this up into, again, to biddable construction documents. And so with that, if it's okay, I'll just turn it over to Doug.
Sounds good, thanks Chris. Yeah, as Chris said, I'm Doug with BHA Design. I've got Tim Kemp here with Wilson and Company. They're the civil engineers on the project. We just want to give you a kind of a quick summary of the feedback we've heard in the last year. The last time we were before this board was almost a year ago. I think I see maybe some new faces on here, so if there's anything we've been kind of tasked with just giving you an update with this project as opposed to an introduction. So if there's anything I've kind of breezed over or didn't address, just give me a holler. I'm happy to elaborate. Like I said, the last time we visited this board was almost a year ago. We're going to talk about some of the feedback we've gotten from the property owners as well as the town board last time we were here, and some town staff feedback. And then we'll kind of share where the design is currently as we are entering phase one construction documents. We had a property owner meeting this September, as well as one last November. We've been contracted with Wilson Company to prepare phase one construction documents. That will include the 500 block Third Street as a top priority, and if there are any funds left, they'll go to Massachusetts as the 300 block as much as possible. We've also have some discussions with BNSF Railroad, obviously the kind of adjacency of that. We'll go through a formal review process with them. Also discussing the site walk we had with the town forester and some implications there. Some feedback we got from the board last December included converting the 500 block of Third Street to one-way northbound. It was both southbound and northbound, and we've changed it all going northbound. That includes diagonal parking on the east side of Third Street. That was parallel parking previously. We've made it a priority to protect the views to the Lovejoy elevator from Mountain Avenue. I think some consistent feedback we've gotten from the board as well as some property owner meetings is the design should reflect its historic character. So we've kind of included some more like brick ideas into the design, and maybe potentially we've actually shown in our model essentially like a restoration of the historic depot building back to its original facade, and there was potentially some interest in doing that in the future as well. The most recent last year's property owners meeting, they raised concerns about the reduced parking quantities. It's also been a pretty consistent concern. So we've done everything we can to maintain as high amounts of parking in that area as possible. So there were concerns about trucks and trailers using this area, and the turning radius is required for some of the sizes of trucks that are being used. Make sure, again, the kind of historic character would be nice to restore the historic depot building. And then the Lions Club also said they use their sign pretty consistently, so that would need to be incorporated in as well. The most recent property owners kind of had a set of different concerns. I think they were kind of asking themselves, well, what are we getting out of this project? And again, some similar concerns with parking delivery trucks. I think that we have this idea of reverse diagonal parking that seems to be a good course for us, but there's also some flexibility built into our current design that can reverse that if we want to go back to normal back-in parking. They also suggested maybe considering doing baby steps or phases as a part of this project, or suggested a parking management plan. They suggested having some areas for snow storage or having a plan for snow removal. They had suggested we take another look at the old 2005 Main Street program themes and tie it into some of those historic elements. We've done that as well. And there was some concerns about traffic being added to 4th and Mountain intersection. The last bit of input we had was with the town forester, Paul Furness. We walked with him this summer. There are some very large existing trees, obviously, in that parklet as well as along Massachusetts. So we're kind of going through some ongoing assessment of those trees. We realize that this is a bit of a perception issue, but I think some things that we're considering is the age and health of these trees. Some of them, particularly the ones on Massachusetts, the parklet ones are really healthy, and the plan is to maintain as trees if and when possible. But I think the ones we're assessing on Massachusetts in particular, our biggest concern is that they might not survive construction, and it might be best to just start new with some trees. There's also the new Old Town Hall redevelopment that's going on the north side of that block. That's probably going to affect those trees as well, as they are in very close proximity to the planned development there. As I mentioned, in terms of the phasing for this project, we've been asked to kind of come up with the concepts for all the areas highlighted here. Again, the top priority being really the stretch of the 500 block of 3rd Street, and then any funds left over going to Massachusetts. The big updates since last you've seen this, again, we've changed the reverse diagonal on the east side, which was parallel parking. We've changed that back to reverse diagonal to get as many parking spots in this block as possible. Our original concept had a flush curb on both sides of the road, and we're just dealing with some tough grading constraints in this area. It's very flat and it's difficult to grade, so vertical curve seems to be the best bet to make this area work from a grading standpoint. We've also converted this to one-way northbound, and the kind of unanimous decision that the splash pad was probably not an appropriate area for this idea for this area. Again, since last you've seen this, shows 2 travel lanes. We're showing this a very generous 26-foot wide one-way northbound. The intention here being that if this ever wants to revert back to 2 bidirectional travel lanes, that is possible, but it's also just a healthy travel lane so parks or trucks can park here for their deliveries. We also had 18-foot diagonal parking, but I think this area with Ace Hardware there, anticipation of some trucks and just the more flexibility built into this block in particular, the better. As far as Massachusetts goes, not a ton of changes since last we've been here. We changed the road cross section a little bit and given some of that back to the pedestrians. We had 2 13-foot wide travel lanes and we narrowed that to 24-foot wide. I think just the feedback we got was that there probably wasn't as big of a need for delivery trucks or any large trucks turning radiuses in this area, so we gave that back to the sidewalks. We got 15-foot sidewalks on both sides, 18-foot diagonal parking, which is per town code with an overhang as well, and then parallel parking on the south side of that. There was a concept with diagonal parking on both sides just to try to get as much parking in here as possible, but the rug store has garages on that north face or the south side of the street, so we weren't really getting that many parking spaces in general anyways. We've kind of updated our renderings to show what the latest version of this looks like. This is obviously from Mountain Avenue pointing north off of 3rd Street. The big design intention here is to really create a memorable gateway. This is such an important corner of this town, so doing things from an urban design standpoint to strengthen that. We're doing as much as we can to preserve the views towards the Lovejoy elevator. I think we're going to continue doing some assessment about tree placements and here we've got these festoon lightings hung between the street lamps, and maybe that's not a good way to preserve those views. So we're continuing to assess those kinds of things as well. We've got the current construction of the roundabouts on Highway 56 and I-25, and we're actually just showing that sculpture in here as a placeholder, but maybe something that kind of ties those 2 concepts together. And these brick columns that are on each side of the roadway, and I think as we develop these a little bit further too, some ornamentation that speaks to the historic character of this district is something we're also probably going to look into as well. Similar view, we've really taken an opportunity here to try and reinforce the garden spot concept for this town. I think we're going to continue to have conversations with town staff and make sure that this isn't above and beyond what can be well maintained over time, but any and every opportunity to get some good color and vegetation in here is an opportunity that we're going to take, certainly. We've shown these basically like seat high brick and metal veneer panel seatings. You can see that just behind the ring in the foreground here, as well as a potential location for a shelter in the distance as well. We'll continue to use the existing street lights with the leaf ornamentations along this stretch as well. This is the intersection just below the intersection just below the Lovejoy Tower. This is a raised intersection, so that's to say that this is flush with the corners. That just gives this space a feeling of pedestrians first, vehicles second. Of course, we've tested this against truck turning radiuses, and this works quite well. I think trucks making delivery on Mountain Avenue are going to be able to navigate this intersection pretty well. And of course, we've got this berthed lettering, maybe a potential art in public places installation, you know, that we haven't totally thought through this, you know, in terms of who's making this or where this exactly wants to go, and you know, if you know the classic examples you think of this like Amsterdam and New York, those are very like pedestrian centric places. So you know, maybe this is an idea that works super well next to the roadway. There's potentially other locations we could consider using this concept, but it seemed like something that a lot of people were interested in, thought was a unique and creative idea for this area. And of course, we're showing the town hall, the most recent models we've been given from the developer of the town hall here, is just so we can kind of understand that adjacency as well. And of course, you can see the pre-renovation depot building model that we've put in there as well. This is looking south from the same intersection. You might notice we've placed those medallions, which are existing on those corners, as well as some other corners in town. And my understanding is that these are sort of an ode to Alfred George Bimson, who was a smith in this town, who I believe Smith was in the Pioneer Museum off of Mountain Avenue. So I think just any way we can kind of hold on to any kind of historic character in this area is something that we're going to consider. I think the existing medallions, provided that they are in good shape, which they appear to be on the top side, could be reused for a similar purpose. This is 4th Street looking east on Massachusetts. Pretty similar urban design elements here. As you can see, these aren't exactly the size of the existing trees on the north side of Massachusetts. One thing I didn't mention about those existing trees is they actually do cause some accessibility issues. The distance between the back of walk and the right of way, where we're limited in our development, and the front of the tree and the curb is tough to get wheelchairs through there. So that's another thing we're kind of considering as well. Again, diagonal parking on the north side and parallel parking on the south side. But you can see how even just adding that 15 feet back to the walkways just makes that a lot more pedestrian friendly. Yes, this was that kind of same medallion design there. This is the corner mountain in 3rd. Just to show that we've kind of done our math here on the parking quantities. We had an existing number of 89 spaces and proposed 108th. This includes the entire scope of the project, which we accounted for some parking northeast of the Lovejoy elevator. This isn't within the scope of our current construction documents, but it's nice to know that this region in general can have some flexibility in that regard. 3rd Street, the 500 block, it has an existing number of 57 spaces. That includes a couple around the Lions Club building that will go away, but generally speaking, about a reduction of 25% on both 3rd Street as well as Massachusetts, as you can see, going from existing to proposed 26 spaces. Total reduction of 15 spaces on 3rd and a reduction of 6 on Massachusetts. So not too bad. I mean, we're trying to fit as much as we can because that's the direction we've got from virtually everyone we've met with. Parking is important to the success of these businesses down here, and we're just trying to demonstrate that we're listening and trying to accommodate for sure. Next steps for us, we've been scoped to prepare 90% plans and an updated opinion of cost, as well as when that set is complete, we'll undergo a formal BNSF review. We'll finalize phase 1. The limits of phase 1 improvements based on the funds that will be able to go to Massachusetts if we have any left over, construction documents and permitting, and hopefully a construction schedule targeting bids next spring and summer. So that's my update. Open it to questions.
Any questions, trustees? So if we had on Massachusetts diagonal on both sides, it would just be too narrow in the middle?
Yeah, I mean, I think even the current configuration is not up to code. I think the current configuration is diagonal on both sides, and it makes for a very narrow drive lane when there are actual vehicles, and particularly trucks parked on both sides. Even with that overhang, it's not per town code. As well as if there is diagonal on the south side, you're basically working within the limits of the sidewalk widths as they currently are, which I don't know off the top of my head, but they're pretty narrow. They're like 7 feet existing, I think currently. 8.
I shovel it.
Yeah.
You're in range.
So, and to my point earlier, I mean, I think with the rug store garages there, you really only get this section on the west end of Massachusetts that you could do parking on the south end anyways. So it's a difference of like 4 or 5 spaces, maybe less.
So I'm sorry, I'm confused. So what were you taking, you were giving space back to the pedestrian? I was thinking that was on Massachusetts.
The parking that's gonna be eliminated will be on that south side with the silver vans at. We'll lose about 5 spaces on that south side.
But we'll gain more,
But you get about a twice as wide sidewalk.
okay,
Correct.
But the sidewalk's bigger.
thank you.
And that'll also create some space for, in the future, outdoor dining or outdoor displays, and, having wider sidewalks, helps to activate that pedestrian space in a way
Sure.
that those narrow sidewalks can't do.
Yeah, I think we're all hearing, like you just said, parking's a concern down there, and I think people can always park 1 block farther, even if in a Walmart parking lot, you'd be walking a lot farther than you would in Berthoud downtown.
That's true.
But I understand it, it looks full, so people think that there's no other place.
One concern I'd have with the minusing the spaces in this section is that the city apartments across the street are being renovated, and that's gonna be increasing the demand for parking down there. I mean, there's gonna be some spaces on 4th Street,
Mm-hmm.
but I think we're gonna be needing those parking spaces again for those apartments, cause there's 16 units, I can't remember now. 22 units or 16 units?
So I don't remember off the top of my head either.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the kind of the northwest corner of this this block. This was outside of the scope of our work, but one thing when we were doing our kind of due diligence for this project is noticing the sort of parking inefficiencies along 4th Street as well. So if that was ever an improvement project that happened as a part of in the future, there's a good way to get some more parking along 4th Street as well.
I remember us talking last time about that, yeah.
Yeah, cause right now the parking next to the city apartments on 4th are parallel,
Correct.
and it's wide enough we could probably turn those to diagonal.
That was what our
4th Street is significantly wide. What you lose in the diagonal parking arrangement is a better bike arrangement. So we have bike lanes striped on 4th Street now. With parallel parking against the curb, that goes away if we do diagonal. But we could definitely grab a lot more spaces by adding diagonal parking on 4th Street. But it changes the nature of how bikes use the
Sure.
street.
But
Unless we
fortunately,
do
it's
it
all just
reverse.
paint.
Unless we do reverse, which I'm a big believer in.
Fortunately, it's all paint and it's
I am.
flexible.
Alright. That's good.
I think reverse works, but I back into most of my parking spaces, at least when I'm in my truck. So
Quick
it's a lot
exit.
easier.
It'll be a fun.
Well, it's also safer.
It'll
I
be a
think
fun
the
2
data's
weeks
clear
while that
backing
opens
into a
and see
parking
how that
space.
goes.
Yeah, it's gotta notify the public somehow that you gotta do it this way.
Well, right now they don't reverse park, they just burn a big U-ing.
Sure,
That's
sure.
true.
That's why they like the big wide street there, so it's not about parking, it's about burning that UE.
Do you want, I'll just give you a comment, I think this is fantastic, I think,
Looks
I
great.
really like everything in here.
Really enjoy the 3D model of this area, and it's actually contextual, right? You can actually, I've gone
Feel
there. Yeah, I mean,
They're not
it's
generic.
It certainly helps to visualize. It's better than a plan for sure.
Yes. And I hopefully everyone recognizes, one of the bits of comments and feedback that we got early on in the process, I think was 100% spot on, is that the concepts from the Mountain Avenue plan were very modern in their feel, a lot more artistic and kind of modern. And there was a real intentional desire to keep things feeling a little more historic. And so, bringing in those street lights with that Bimson, that leaf design, and making sure that we include the medallions, and moving more towards brick and a little less, artistic steel, but still keeping some modern artistic elements. I really think that the design team's done a great job of striking that balance.
One comment that I had early on, before I don't think it was you, it was somebody else, I'd mentioned something about these monuments that you have on the corners that are brick, about trying to implement some sort of gate or closure system so that we can close these off.
Like
and make them-
golden, oh, actually a gate.
So- Something that can be closed and we can make it a
Yes.
pedestrian mall for an event and then reopen it back up easily, rather than using our lovely plastic
Sure, sure.
orange barricades to close off the road, but
I do
somehow
recall that, and
implementing
maybe that just
something like that
got
in there.
lost in the mix, but I think that's a great comment. I think the intention is for this block to be shut down for events, but for events reasons, and I think that's a great addition. I
if it
think
was like a
That would
gate
look
that could be
nice.
built into these
kinda
panels or
condensed and
something,
then
Yeah,
if
sure.
you swung it in, you could expand them and then close them and then kind of swing them back or something.
Yeah, yeah, that's a great comment.
Yeah, that, you're right, that was something we definitely talked about.
I really like the raised, I guess, crosswalk over in the corner there by the
Yeah.
lower elevator. Just even looking at it, it's like, ooh, that's like, it feels pretty safe, like it feels really nice. Looking at this picture, I had a, oh no, we go back, but would it have a benefit to do it to this crosswalk too? Or would like a speed bump, like, hey, I'm about to go into a pedestrian area, or is that more harm than?
Yeah, and I might get Tim to chime in here, but I think the thinking was is that while you're driving down Mountain Avenue and taking that immediate right, it kind of, yeah, for sure, I think that can cause some concerns, and I think there's
I'm on the other side.
some grading concerns in this area as well.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and trustees, Tim Kemp with Wilson and Company. One other piece here too is that Mountain Avenue, I believe you're all familiar with the CDOT right away, so as far as modifications there, we're trying to keep it to a bare minimum.
You said CDOT, man, that's all right. Cool.
Right, yeah, right now, we're looking at a special use permit with the state and that's no problem. I have to go back and take a look at the grading too, because I think as Doug was getting to, if we try to raise this up, it's probably gonna get too steep. And the Mountain Avenue traffic will have some issues trying to get up over that. Great idea, and we can definitely study a little bit more and let you know.
I'm not sure it's a good idea, but it's just to kind of protect pedestrians more and like provide that signal that this is a pedestrian area.
Our hope with that is with these bulb outs getting as close as they are, I mean, that's only 26 feet from curb to curb, which currently it's gotta be closer to like 15, maybe even more than that.
Yeah.
So
It'll
that's
feel very
already
similar to
a big safety improvement.
the drive across the street.
It's better than the post with the artwork painted on the asphalt that everybody complained about by the post office.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's a good first step.
That's true.
Um,
It is about 55 feet from curb to curb right now, so.
Yeah.
I love the
It's
colorful
half
birth
as wide.
too.
Yeah, that looks really cool.
Yeah, our hope, that requires a little more thinking. It's, we don't want to create something, I think, that is seen as maybe like a play element too close to a roadway.
You'll also have
What
people
about
wanting to stand
implementing-
in front of it and take a picture and then having everybody else stand in traffic to try to
Right.
take a picture. We've talked a little bit about that and how
Yeah,
does
that's
that
free
work,
marketing.
but-
I was gonna say, it looked kinda nice up here where we got the leaf tree on the.
That was another area we were considering. So maybe we'll do some studies on that. Maybe these letters could be stacked vertically or there's
Yeah,
gonna be another
I
way
just
to
like the
connect.
idea, like you said in Amsterdam, it's like a picture spot. and kind of
Exactly.
Very, yeah, I like it.
I actually love it. I wish it looked exactly like this.
Same.
I think it's just simple but so picturesque. And I mean all of it, I'm really pleased with it. The historical draw and the colors and the pedestrian with the trees. My major concern is I always I think of development and growth as like we paved paradise and we paved a parking lot. And so I just wanna make sure our sidewalks and pavement has historical touches. So I like that we have the medallions and I wanna make sure like the coloring even in the concrete makes it feel different than just pavement and poured concrete. So anything that feels a little bit more like cobblestones or brick roadways or sidewalks helps it feel less like we're just covering over all this beauty with concrete. But the way it's displayed here, I absolutely love it. I wish it was like this right now.
Yeah, that's a
Speaking
great
of
comment.
covering history, the sidewalk out in front of the dance studio and all that is failing partially because we've been told that they basically cemented over the old wood boardwalk.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Bring back
Sounds
the
like Bertha.
boardwalk, yeah.
Cause you can
And-
still see pipes where the
We like
horse
burying things.
were.
Oh, that's so
buried.
cool. We should have a little mini boardwalk somewhere. But and for the record, the string lights across is one of my favorite
Love
touches.
that
And I
too.
don't think it takes away, I think it draws your eye linearly down.
I
Or
don't
is
think
it
so
right now
either.
elevated?
Somewhere between like Larimer Square and Denver, which is just like as much as they could pack in there, versus like Linden Street, which has like 2 or 3 bands across the street. There's a happy medium in there that I think is not distracting to the artwork and to the Lovejoy Tower that we'll find.
It'll be enough of a distraction to protect Susan's copyright on the image.
Sure. Is that in like the bottom right?
No, she's the artist on it, and
Well, and I do feel like I have to speak for those who get minor anxiety about the reverse parking. Like, I feel like I'm a decent parker and I can back up my Jeep, but I do get a little bit of panic when I think that that's the only way I can park on this street.
It's so much easier.
Other than doing the big loop
Yeah.
inward, but
There'll still
that
be
would,
those people who
that
do
would
big
not be the
U-turns.
best example.
but then they'll have to
So
do the
we
big
park
U-turn to
ourselves
get
in
out and
time.
face the right
Who's
direction.
ever
So
gonna park
just
their car
for,
in
I just
time?
have to speak for those people like me that have a little bit of panic, but I think, oh gosh, every time I park here, it's probably gonna be a little bit of panic, but.
It'll take 3 times and you'll be fine.
The major panic will be.
Well, I think it's, you know, like every time I
Really
back,
visualizes
I
it.
back in somewhere, I'm picturing small children, am I seeing them and like, am I seeing everything that I need to?
That's why
It's
you
not
go
as
beep,
easy with my, you know,
Yeah.
rearview mirror as it is looking ahead, so that's just my 2 cents.
Just gonna be really loud with your beep.
Mayor Kirschbeck,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy.
No, Trustee Murphy.
Just a few minor comments. I think it's fantastic. I think you guys are closer on this one than any of the past options, so I think we're very close. But just minor things on the lighting over the street, I think it's great. Just the way you've got it in the rendering right now, where it's very minimal, I think that's the right note to hit with that. And then just one more thing, I think the Berthoud sign is fine. Usually you got people crawling all over it. But the big thing is we want to make sure like the background when people are taking photos of this is something we want to look at, which is kind of hard to figure out down here. Whether it's, you know, looking northbound down the street or if you wanted to make it maybe something smaller, more intimate, you know, like within the park. I think just how you photograph it is really maybe the most critical element of that.
I for sure agree. It makes me feel like the more I think about it, makes more sense down on this corner. You know, one thing that we were considering while we were just thinking just of that is you know, what is the actual backdrop for this, and currently it's like the gravel lot right behind the elevator, and then the tracks, and then there's like a detention
Storage
pond
shed.
back there. There's a couple storage sheds over there, and I think we did a little bit to try and mask that a little bit by maybe including some low brick walls and some somewhat transparent fences, as you can see kind of in the back corner there. So that was an effort to maybe make a better backdrop, but to your point, I think maybe we can find one better, and we'll study that very closely.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just to add on to that, you know, Trustee Kurtz brought up a good point last meeting, talking about a Google image search. Can't say it, of, you know, what people see when they're searching for birds.
You got my phone to go off.
But it's one of those things where it's like this could turn into one of the most photographed objects in town. So if we do include it, it just needs to be really
You gotta get
great, I guess.
Yeah, and
It's like when you go to Cozumel.
yeah, one of my comments is the location of the sign is good, but there are issues that need to be addressed because of the background and that the sort of visibility of it. But if you could move the sign back towards 56 where that tree is, this space here could be maybe more outdoor seating or a covered area, or maybe like a pseudo amphitheater or something like that for when this is possibly closed down for a pedestrian only area. That could be a gathering place or a public address area or something like that. Because it's a nice little triangular area, it's already got that raised platform there, and if the road's closed, you can have those big gathering places. Cause I know the car show is across the street from Ace. They can back in, they can use that as sort of the address area. So I'm not asking you to do that, but I think that would be a thing to look at, would be to move that sign, so that you have the park in the background or downtown in the background, and then have this as more of like a gathering area with it's a kind of natural plaza.
Totally agree. I think the one thing we hear is just the proximity in general to Rancher's Wife. I know that the level of activity in this space might have some effect there, but I think that's a really great comment, and I think this is a great opportunity to activate this area a little bit.
I have one more comment. This might be more of just something to consider down the road for staff, but because of the history of this area, maybe it's like, goes without saying, but to consider maybe little historical plaques that like tell the story, it's probably been
Talk
talked
a little
about.
historic walking tour.
Yeah,
There's already plaques down there.
Are?
Mhm.
Okay, well, preserve this. But yeah, I was just saying, like at Wagner Farm or that park, there's one. Yeah, so, and then the other sign is just the point about parking. Not to make a note, but some obvious sign that says more parking this way, so people don't get frustrated going up to that north lot on the north side of the Lovejoy elevator. So.
Yeah, having some good directional signage there would be important.
Anything else? Thank you very much. Thanks for staying this long too.
Thank you for your feedback. Really appreciate your time.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Okay, number 9 here is our, we've passed 10. We are now breaking the law again.
I said 10:30.
10:30.
Oh, sorry, okay.
We're gonna break
We
the law
got this
soon enough.
3-mile plan introduction by Ann Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck, members of the Town Board of Trustees. So the next 2 agenda items are an introduction. And so the very first thing that we will be discussing this evening is that the town, many communities in the state of Colorado annually adopt a 3-mile plan. That 3-mile plan, what that means is it's 3 miles from where you have your utilities. Within that 3 miles, that's where you could do a flagpole annexation every year. That's the 3-mile rule. And it just says, this is where we want to grow. A 3-mile plan is really no longer feasible for a lot of Front Range communities because we're growing up next door to our neighbors. So what is being proposed is that the town adopts our future land use map in the essence or in the spirit of adopting our 3-mile plan, and that we do this annually to keep pace with development and how we're wanting to grow. So the town just hasn't done this recently. There's nothing bad about that. We just thought, why not do this? And then it is a tool that we can then present to both Weld County, Larimer County, Meade, Johnstown, our neighbors, and let them know we've adopted this as our future land use area. This is also our 3-mile plan. Let's work on some boundary agreements and make sure everybody is working together collaboratively from a regional perspective. So this is just being introduced tonight. It's our future land use map as our official 3-mile plan.
Awesome, thank you. Before I talked to Chris, I thought no one did 3-mile plans anymore when we started having GMAs, so it's interesting to know. Any questions for staff? Thank you. Great.
Not really changing anything, just
No. It's good to give the,
refresh.
yeah, and if you're talking to me to kind of get everyone's heart rate down of what are you planning, what are we planning? I really like that. Here's our plan and where can we work together?
Exactly.
All right, Trustee Murphy.
Just a quick typo on the ordinance title.
Oh my gosh. All right, we should keep a scorecard.
That's all I got.
All right. All right, what is the
2 N's in ordinance.
ordinance? Okay, we'll get that corrected. Thank you.
It's
Anything
only
else?
because Anne has 2 N's in her name.
That's
Ah,
exactly
that's what
it.
it is.
Thank
She's
you.
just fixing it for us.
Okay, are we all right with giving staff direction to schedule this for consideration? Hearing on December 12th? Okay, great. We'll do the final one here tonight with this just general code changes by Ann Johnson.
All right, hello again. So, tonight, we're hearing ordinance 1329. Hopefully, this ordinance, is okay. But I do look forward to hearing anything if it's not up to snuff. There are only 4 sections. And what staff did for you this time is we included the entire portion of the code that is being proposed to be amended so that you could see it in its entirety and really review the minor amendments that are being proposed. So section 1 is you're in the process of adopting landscape guidelines. Our current code does not reflect the fact that Berthoud has landscape design guidelines. And oftentimes there are code sections that may conflict with the design guidelines. And so what we are proposing is just an amendment to repeal and replace all of section 30-2-112 as you see here. Anything that's in red line is new language. Anything that's in strikeout is we are proposing to eliminate. So you'll see we're proposing to eliminate the tree list or the plant material list, those planting profiles, because we're gonna move all of that into the design guidelines. Tree material, new cultivars are always being introduced. It's easier to amend our guidelines than it is to amend code. So we want to stay current with industry standards. So do you have any questions regarding section 1 this evening?
Trustee Murphy.
I'm jumping the gun a little bit. It was a discussion point at our last tree advisory committee about tree caliper size, which generally is referred to as 2-inch or 1.5-inch throughout our code, which is a little big for a lot of programs we're doing. I sent an email out to the board on that. We had a long discussion about ways to address this, and we largely felt that the simplest and easiest way would be to add an additional provision in the code, not necessarily the land design or landscape design guidelines, that would basically allow the town forester discretion over caliper size in certain instances, or some phrasing of that. I didn't notice that in here tonight, but is that something we could have incorporated later?
So I got a call from Paul. He and I had a conversation, I think yesterday about it. And what he and I discussed is that it's easier to make changes in the policy. And if we are wanting to encourage folks to participate in that policy, it's almost better to make that exception in the policy that individuals are wanting to participate in versus putting some kind of wiggle room in the code where then folks could figure out a way to circumvent the minimum standards. So we thought as an incentive to participate in the policy, let's give people a little bit of freedom and some relief against size. And then that way the minimum standards are still in code, but hey, if you want to participate in this program, we're going to give you a little bit of grace.
That
Is
makes
that
total sense.
okay? All right.
Yeah, because this was referencing a tree program that we're discussing about putting together, similar to the sidewalk reimbursement program. Basically that, we're gonna partially reimburse tree replacement. Obviously still in the works, but if that provision is in the policy and not in the code, I'm fine with that. That was one of our main sticking points, is obviously holding developers to account, which is what the job of the code is to do most of the time. I wouldn't be supportive of dialing down the caliper size for developers, I guess. So that makes sense. That
Okay,
clears
thanks.
everything up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions, comments? All right.
All right, so moving on to section 2. This is a section that Brian Dubois, I'm sorry, it's late, Dubois.
I do it all the
I
time.
only want to say Dubois. Dubois worked on with the Historic Preservation Committee. And it's to clarify what is a minor alteration that can have staff review versus a major alteration. And there's been a lot of discussion over the past 3 to 4 months with the Historic Preservation Committee to talk about wanting not to penalize individuals, such as somebody wanted to paint the underside of the ceiling on their front porch. Well, painting is deemed a major alteration. They wanted to do it over Labor Day weekend. Well, they couldn't because, you know, there wasn't quorum on the commission or just all these unintended circumstances. But why don't we allow some of those minor alterations to be further detailed so that we're not putting up hurdles in order for people to actually do something that's protecting and enhancing their enjoyment of their property? So there aren't a lot of changes, and again, the section contains the entire section, so you can really see the minimal amount of changes that are being proposed. And it's been in the HPAC packets a couple times, and the last meeting Brian said he did not have any comments at all. In fact, they were very supportive of the changes.
Comments, questions with that? Okay. Great. Makes sense.
Okay, moving on to section 3 then. Is the planned unit development right now is a planning tool that's often misused, and it was very popular in the 90s and the early 2000s, and it's very difficult to regulate over time. It was the intent of the town to eliminate PUDs, but there's some residual code language that we just need to get rid of, and that's what you're seeing here now and just clarifying. It's just a definition of what the intent is, and it's acknowledging, hey, we used to have this process. If somebody would want to amend a PUD, we don't even have the process for somebody to amend a PUD. They would have to come into conformance with the new zoning.
I like them.
Getting rid of PUDs? Oh, okay.
No, I like PUDs.
So we've been doing for years in planning commission, it's just everything's like the first step.
Yeah.
It's always
We
been
haven't,
to
we
the-
haven't actually had PUDs as an allowable zoning designation in the code for a long time.
Most
But
people
there's
seem to
Did we do them on Bertha 160? The good thing is, it's moot point because we're getting away from it.
So
But it's nice to
anybody-
have a negotiation with a developer.
Yeah, anybody that was a PUD previously still retains that zoning unless they request a rezoning. We've been encouraging projects to rezone to our traditional zoning designations.
And so it's just cleaning it up so that people understand we don't allow them, and it isn't anything that's, it's been in effect for several years. So we're just cleaning it up. Okay, section 4 is the town has made a commitment.
Oh, Trustee Murphy had a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries. I didn't wanna break your stride. I just had a quick question. Do you have any number of, how many PUD developments are still outstanding that haven't been brought into the new code?
Oh, several.
Okay.
Yeah, several. And they are.
I'm not talking the fully developed ones, I guess. I'm talking ones that have yet to be developed that already have that structure.
I think the only one that's left is Turion
Okay.
and then some portions of Gateway. I don't think there's any others that haven't already been developed, like Heritage Ridge was a PUD, Trails at Creekview is a PUD. But those have already gone through the development process.
I think some of those commercial, like Gateway Commercial, PUD.
Right, yeah, portions of the Gateway project.
Just curious.
Yeah.
But we have lots of PUDs that are just
Been
built
working on
out.
it for a while, so
Okay. Okay,
that's all I've got.
ready? All right. So on to 4, the town's made a commitment to the International Dark Sky Association and wanting to strive to meet the International Dark Sky Association designation and classification. So again, Brian has been collaborating, Brian Dubois has been, sorry, Brian, has been collaborating with the International Dark Sky Association as well as the local observatory and working with Menti there. And so what we are proposing, and these proposed changes actually have been vetted with the International Dark Sky Association, and they've given us recommendations. This is something we've been working on probably for the past 9 months, and we are able to now bring it to you in final form. So these are the changes. Not a lot of substantive changes. There were a lot of definition changes. And so just clarifying intent again and making it easy for people to understand. That's it.
All right. Any final questions or comments from the board?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You'll hear these back on December 12th.
Yeah, seems like everyone's supportive, so that's great. Thank you for doing all this work on these cleanups. All right, thus concludes the regular meeting. Got 10 minutes left. Clerk,
Speed run it.
yeah, I think we can do it. Clerk, do you want to introduce the, or the interview committees? Do we want to start with that?
Certainly, thank you, Mayor Karspeck. Good evening, or good night, Mayor Karspeck
morning.
and trustees. Almost good morning, but not
Soon.
quite.
Soon.
We do have 2 vacancies on our committees that do need to be filled. One is on the local licensing authority, the other is on the planning commission. So we do need to establish an interview committee. I would recommend perhaps maybe one committee to handle both because there's a fairly small number of applicants to potentially simplify that. We would be looking at an interview date of Monday, the 11th of December, about 6 p.m., possibly 6:30. It would be whatever works for the committee, and that would be virtually over Zoom, as we have done in the past.
Thank you. We're looking for 2 interviews. Anyone volunteering for that? Anyone can do that? Trustee Murphy? Is that Trustee Ayers too?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thanks. Is that all right? You have burning passion? All right. Trustee Murphy, Trustee Ayers,
And then
thank
I
you.
do have one suggestion, Christian,
Yes.
the one applicant that wasn't chosen to be on HPAC, you
Yes, we
suggested
have.
apply for maybe planning.
Yes, I believe there is at least one from HPAC. When I reached out to all of the applicants that were not selected, I did let them know that there were vacancies
Okay,
on
good, I just
other
wanted to see if you checked
committees.
back with him or not.
Oh,
Yes, so
in
there is
Germany or
other
something?
interest.
The guy who spent time in Germany?
Yeah,
Yeah, that guy? Okay.
trying to remember.
Yeah. It's been a minute.
Yeah, good clarification there. Okay, let's go move on to trustees. We'll start off with Trustee Murphy.
I think I covered most of the tree advisory committee stuff. We'll have more coming up, but nothing else.
Okay, thanks. Trustee Kurtz? Trustee Albrecht?
Nothing to report. I'll speak more to it during the next meeting, but I really appreciated our emergency services kind of overview with Larimer County. That was a really fun session and insight to possible pre-planning for emergencies. So I'll have some more thoughts for that next
I
time.
clarified with the chief that they were not invited. Fire wasn't, so.
Oh, dang,
Yeah,
well,
that's why they weren't there.
you know, next time they should be invited. And then I would love for us to someday have twinkly lights all down Mountain Avenue, especially for Christmas, but
Oh, I asked about that.
did you?
Yeah, I did.
I missed the,
Yeah, the short answer is there's no light output by all the trees. There's no electrical up by the trees. It's only by the streetlights. Is the short answer.
Have to do solar.
I know we've talked going instead of across Mountain, maybe going parallel with Mountain across the lights. That even that would bring some light to the downtown at night, which it still feels sleepy. Like everyone's in bed and there's nothing going on, and there is some life. And even if it was even just during Christmas and holidays, having twinkly lights going parallel.
You're talking about
you-
something hanging, right?
Yeah, just some hanging lights.
Cool.
Or the Fort Collins lights, the
Right.
ones that they have in the tree,
Metal
little glow
trees.
bulbs
Yeah,
are
Lama has those
magical.
too.
So
Need more
anyway,
power.
yeah, someone figure out that power situation, please. That's it.
It's gotta be a way. Trustee Hardy?
Since we're doing all these general code changes, I'd kinda like to, I had a conversation with Will about this, about changing some of our sign code, about the change of use. B-Rads as being one, where they have to basically make a whole new sign when there's a perfectly good sign in place, but, and I kinda think that's why maybe Panthers Gate is left, I would call it a historic sign from the old straightaway market days, is still sitting vacant and empty and looks like hell because they're a change of use, so they probably can't use it, is my guess on that.
For what it's worth, they've never asked.
Okay, alright, but in case of based on how our code is, technically they would not be able to put a sign in there because it's change of use again. And so I think I'd like to visit that in our sign code a little bit.
We are working on a comprehensive overhaul of the sign code, so you'll have plenty of opportunity to discuss that.
Cause I'd hate to see just unnecessary needs to be changed like that, but anyway.
Would you recommend, I'm sorry, because this is related, the owner of B-Rads to come in if, or talk to you?
I've never spoken to him,
Okay.
so
I'll have him call you, reach out to you first.
I believe the last time he spoke to staff, he said he was intentionally ignoring our phone calls.
There we go.
So I'm happy to talk to him, but
Yeah, thanks.
Did have concern about whether or not the town is responsible for upkeeping Turner between First and Second. The north half was remodeled when they built their new building there for the antenna company. I'm forgetting their name right now.
yeah, the dirt area,
But the south side, the south half of Turner is
Agile.
gravel and dirt and they say potholes.
you mean the west half
The east half of Turner, closer to First,
is paved?
not all the way across though.
No, yeah, so the south side of the road, when a new development occurs, the requirement is half width plus 10.
Yeah.
Plus or minus. So they have to build out their half of the road and then improve, effectively another drive lane, that's what 10 feet is. We don't make them build the improvements on the other side of the street, and the town doesn't build those either, so they're the responsibility of the adjacent property owner.
So to grade it and keep it smooth and pothole or rut free is up to the property owner?
So nobody should be driving on the south side. There's plenty of room on the paved portion for two-way traffic. I don't know why anybody would be driving on the dirt part. As you go west and it turns into dirt, that is a mess, like a
Yeah.
significant mess. And Keith and I have talked about making sure that to the extent that we can keep it reasonably
Well, they're
graded.
talking about that part too,
It
so.
takes heavy traffic that it's not designed for, and when it gets wet, it turns into a disaster.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's the
But
whole
we've
dirt area.
already worked on the design for that, and our intent is to pave that next year anyway, so
Okay.
hopefully that will eliminate that problem.
So the entire stretch of Turner will be eventually paved? Or just the west side?
All the way to Second Street.
Okay, alright.
Yeah,
Cool.
from First to Second Street, but no curb cut and sidewalk on the south side,
Yeah, just
but
blacktop.
asphalt, yeah.
Let's see, was there anything else? I think that's it.
Trustee Ayers? Thanks.
I have nothing.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just curious if I guess the parks or the road department could put some gravel down on Bunyan and 10th, that stop sign that just kind of exists near the Roberts Lake Park, that intersection there. Still, it gets a lot of ice and it's very poor sunlight during the day. So lots of ice builds up there and then cars can't really get going or stop in time. So that and then the usual ask, any updates on railroad crossings and CDOT?
No, other than, no, not the ones on 56.
Okay, yeah, that reminds me, any update on stop signs potentially in Nebraska?
No.
Okay.
That's it for me.
All right, this Thursday, the governor will be in Loveland for the grand opening of, or the official opening of the toll lane. So that'll be free all winter. That'll be at Centera Mobility Hub. And this is for the section that goes from Bertha north, so not south of Bertha to Longmont, but going north. NPO meeting that night. Unfortunately, I also have a 2-day rail retreat in Denver on Thursday and Friday, so can't do all this. Friday night, we are doing the Grace Place is having their holiday event. It's all kind of tied in. Saturday will be the craft fair at the rec center, and then the parade that night, along with the parade lighting. There's 40 floats already approved, going through, plus the bridge between show choir and the marching band and the sheriff's posse too. So it'll be an exciting day and night, and something that Trustee Hardy has brought back to life, so very appreciative of, it's gonna be a great event overall. Following Monday is a Behavioral Health Policy Council. I just want to say thank you for the work on Rise at La Casita. That looks great, that road, and they're very appreciative too, and I think anyone parking there, it's just
It's a big improvement.
great, big improvement. I think the light, I agree with Trustee Albrecht, I think we can always do more, and just wanted to say the lights look great right now too, and I've seen them out working on it, and also wanted to thank Keith and his team for snow removal on Thanksgiving. That was, seeing those guys out there makes you feel bad when you got your family and nice and warm inside, so.
Only the TA evals.
That's it, thank you.
Right, TA evals.
Oh, TA evals, yeah, so, the, eval is out, it'll be, we have it set right now to be done on Monday. I need to send you guys, just, I didn't even send you guys a, email about this, so if you haven't received one from Marlene Budis, I would check your spam, but I will also, send it out in an email so you guys have it. It's shorter than last year, just because we've all done this before, so it'll be a little quicker. Thanks. Apparently some staff have already responded, so thanks. for
Yeah,
that.
I know that the department heads received it, so appreciate that.
That's it? Staff?
Just two quick updates for you, because you may get questions. The pickleball courts, I don't know if I've addressed this with you or not. They will not be, the surfacing will not be done this winter. The paint, the full paint, because you have to have, at least as I understand, you gotta have at least, I think it's 4 days of above freezing temperatures, which we are unlikely to have again until spring. So they'll be temp striped. They already actually are temp striped as we're kind of wrapping up that project. So you'll be able to play on them, but it'll be a concrete surface with temporary striping instead of a concrete surface with full paint, like it will be in the spring. So if anybody asks, we're not completely done, but
Oh, they can still play on it though.
wanted to be open and
That's
available in the wintertime. And then we got an updated draft of our water supply analysis, since we talked a little bit about water tonight. If you'll recall, back on our study session, we said we're gonna update our water supply analysis every 6 months to do a snapshot of where are we today, how much water do we own, how much have we sold, how much is already committed, and how much do we have left. So we got that first draft. That's the first time we've done an update like that, just to do a quick snapshot. So we're looking at that and should be able to bring you that update probably in January to bring you that draft. So
That's great.
and then the intent would be to do that in January and then again in July. Twice a year, we'll have an opportunity to take a look at what we're at.
Attorney Smith?
I have nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Anything Sergeant Williamson? Anything from Sheriff's Office? All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for staying around this long. I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Have a great night.
It says 10:30 on the dot.
Ooh.